Hello, viewers. Welcome to the Legends of Frontera Cosmic Creations seasonal playoffs. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is one of the Cosmic Creations, Moonboy, and we'll be your casters for this match. Moonboy, I'm excited to see some master level Legends of Frontera matches. How about you?
Yo, I am so excited for everything that is happening. Players have gone through a gruesome pool stage. They played through 5 rounds, and players have to get a score of minimally a 4-1 plus a high seed from the pool stages. Yo, it's not easy. I played the pool stages, and I'm telling you guys, these players actually outdid themselves. And I'm so excited to see what these 32 players have to bring. They qualify through high skills, and man, I am so excited.
And also, you said about high skills. I'm very, very surprised that most of the players here are very, very familiar in the tournament scene. And of course, the previous seasonal playoffs, we have seen a lot of players here. And in terms of the brackets, there are a lot of other mixtures in terms of the top and lower bracket. Who can you say are most prominent in the brackets right now, Moonboy?
Well, in the bracket right now, sitting on the number one seed, we have Mr. Bear all the way from Singapore. We have returning faces like Adele and Mr. Bear himself, obviously, and there are lots of returning faces. And I think right here, they are probably one of the most more prominent players in the Southeast Asia region, be it in this local tournament or even globally. And around in the first game, we will be featuring the first game of Bruh versus Raftera.
That's right. That's going to be Bruh and Raftera. Bruh coming from Malaysia and Raftera coming from the Philippines. They're going to be carrying some of the decks who are from very, very familiar, especially in the ladder. And of course, we're going to be seeing some very, very competitive tournament decks from both Bruh and Raftera. And in terms of the decks, guys, we are seeing the same decks between Raftera and Bruh. So what are the decks that we're going to see, Moonboy?
Yeah, first off, they have the Aphelios Tamkench, followed up by Twisted Fate Fist, and then last but not least, they have the most stable deck in the format right now, the Fiora Shen. So I think both players have exact same lineup. Is gonna be back and forth from both players, and I just want to take a little bit more attention on this Aphelios Tamkench deck that actually just got a little bit more popular in the past few weeks because of the Aphelios Twisted Fate deck being so prominent in the meta right now, thus having this deck to counter one another. As you guys can see from Raftera, he also have the same lineup as Bruh, so it's gonna be really close. It's gonna be tight. Both players don't want to make any mistake in this matchup.
That's right. And we're seeing a bit of a difference in terms of the decks that they carried from the open rounds. And you can see Raftera actually just read the whole lineup quite the same as Bruh right here. So we're seeing great minds think alike, and I'm very, very excited and as well as curious as to how this matchup is going to happen. But let's now focus on, of course, the very, very highlighted deck called the Aphelios Tamkench. So how does this work, Moonboy?
Yeah, so this deck is just all about control. It basically does everything. It has bot control from Aphelios Moon Weapon. You have the River King himself, Tamkench, the new addition in this deck list, where he could remove his opponent's unit as well. So stuff like Box Steppers wouldn't be able to get a clear on the Tamkench, as his health is at 6. It's really thick, right? Not forgetting he has the Astral Protection as well. Stuff like Astral Protection, Bastion, Star Shaping. These are the cards that could keep Tamkench alive in this matchup. Whoever has that Tamkench alive is gonna have the upper hand in this matchup.
That's right. But I'm very, very interested. Do you really have to keep the Tamkench alive here in this kind of a deck, Moonboy?
Well, definitely. The Tamkench is all about the bot control of your opponent. As long as you have Tamkench on the field with sufficient health, you could take down any units from your opponent's side of the board. That being said, Tamkench having a skill that could just eat up the whole unit as long as his health is able to sustain. So looking at opponent's board, with every single unit has so little attack, and plus the buff from the Val Temple, the Tahm Kench might get even bigger and much stronger following on in the subsequent turn as well.
That's right. So we were going to be seeing the match between Bruh and Rapterra. And of course, this is already round 32. The first match is going to be going on in the Cosmic Creation playoffs. What can you say about this opening mulligan? I think, oh wait, we didn't see the mulligans right there, but what's left in the hand of our players are for Rapterra, basically no units. Wow, is he in some kind of trouble right now as of the moment, Moonboy?
Yes, definitely. Like, look at his hand. It just looks like a full house from his hand with a triple and double from Rapterra's hand. I mean, look at what Bruh actually has in his hand, right? He has Boxipus on 2. He has Tahm Kench on 4. He even could go for the Val Temple on subsequent turn as well. So he is so comfortable with this hand, and all he needs to do is just drop the Tahm Kench on 4, start controlling Rapterra. But as you know, the TF Fist don't really have much removal for the Tahm Kench, as there are so many outlets of protection for the Tahm Kench as well. So that being said, I think Bruh is in such a comfortable position right now. Rapterra is in a lot of trouble if he doesn't draw into any other form of aggression.
That's right, that's right. And we're seeing a bunch of draw pieces coming on from the hand of Rapterra right there. You see a bunch of rummages. And now you can see, again, as Moonboy said, there is really a really good curve going on right now on the side of Bruh. And there you go. Another draw coming out from Rapterra, and he draws out the Fizz. This is going to be one hell of a match right here, considering the Fizz can actually gain elusive once he gets his own spell in.
Yeah, so that is the thing about the TF Fizz deck, right? That is basically, it's okay to be behind. All you need to do is just rush down with your elusive, having the Mind Melt to close off the game as well. Like, look at his board right now. He's so behind in the early games, but like looking at what he has right now, two Daring Poros and a Fizz, and a following up by a Wiggly Bubblefish top deck. He's a little bit more comfortable. All he needs to do is just count to 20, and Bruh would be over by the end of the game.
That's right, that's right. And we're seeing here the two Poros survive. And again, you said the Bubblefish is right there on the rightmost side, and he uses the Urchin to draw out more cards. And here we see one of the newer stars of the lineup right now. As you said, the past few weeks it has been popular. We're seeing now Tahm Kench. And what do you think about this matchup? You said a while ago in the pre-rounds that he can easily eat anyone here on the board. Moonboy, what do you think about the Tahm Kench right now?
Yeah, so you look at the Tahm Kench, right? At this point of time, right, Rapterra has no way to put any units down because of that Tahm Kench in Bruh's side of the board. So whatever that is placed down is prone to being eaten by Tahm Kench immediately. This is the power of Tahm Kench. He has so much board control over whatever that Rapterra has. And here we see an Aphelios immediately coming down with the excess of this moon weapon. It's gonna be a hell lot of trouble for Rapterra, and the Calibrum chose from Bruh. So I believe the Calibrum might make a little bit of difference, but what do you think? Is the Calibrum gonna remove anything from Rapterra's side?
Yes, I think this is going to be easily removing some of the most elusive pieces, especially the Bubblefish would be a possible target right here. But I'm thinking there's still a lot of options coming out from Rapterra's side in terms of dealing more damage towards the opponent. So, and there you go, and he puts in another Bubblefish, another elusive for Bruh to protect himself from. But nope, there's no elusive on his side. Now maybe the Calibrum or maybe Tahm Kench will be able to eat one of the units on the side of Rapterra.
Yeah, the amount of control that Bruh needs in this matchup is all he needs to do to stable it up. So all he needs to do is just control Rapterra, and here we see a Calibrum immediately going into the big old Bubblefish. And look at what Bra has. He has another copy of Boxtopus. He has that the spell to actually take out whatever unit that he wishes to take out as well. So this little damage coming in from Raptera might not stack up as much as what it seems, because he has lots of healing, he has lots of potential to control Raptera options. So as long as he keeps his health a little bit higher than this, he's gonna be so comfortable with the Comcam bot. Immediately you see he's going for the ballistic bot as well. So this way he's not gonna take additional damage from the ignite, and I'm sure Bra is having everything under control.
That's right, that's right. And very, very good acquired taste right there from the Tahm Kench, hitting the ballistic bot before the buff from the ignite, as you said. And he needs 2 more to eat from acquired taste to get it to level up. But again, look at the health of both of these players. Bra down to 10 from all those elusive damages, and Raptera still at 18. And let's not forget, he just put down the Boxtopus, which is challenger, which can easily challenge one of the units. Which one do you think he will challenge in this attack?
Well, likely it's gonna be that wiggly bubblefish, like as we're seeing it is happening right now. The bubblefish is so much pressure. It's gonna apply so much pressure against Bro. He has to relieve himself from all this pressure, and keeping that acquired taste up, Raptera is discouraged to place that TF down no matter what. Even though he has the means to actually draw himself lots of cuts, but having that acquired taste in Bro's hand, that Twist of Fate is never ever gonna be coming down for Raptera. So Bra is having everything under control. He could even go for a Gravitium to not allow Raptera's Poros to even do anything this turn, and just passing the turn immediately over to Raptera. Bra is just saying, I'm comfortable at where I am right now. What are you gonna do, Raptera?
That's right, and we are seeing right now another Twisted Fate being drawn out. I'm very curious about the interaction right here, Moonboy. If you put down the again the Twisted Fate and you pick the gold card, which one will it hit? Will it hit the 2/4 Tahm Kench, or will it hit the 3/3 Aphelios?
Yo, the gold card is definitely gonna be landing on the Aphelios if he ever chooses for the gold card. But unfortunately, we're not gonna see that gold card. He's going for the blue card, drawing himself another card, and it's gonna be a Fizz. He might be going to bait Bruh to go for the kill to go for the acquired taste on the Twister Fate, which Raptera could follow up with a get excited himself as well. But not forgetting, Bruh actually has 2 copy of Bastion and a guiding touch as well. So he has so many ways to actually protect this Tahm Kench, and at this point the Tahm Kench is probably going to be leveling up in no time.
That's right, and we can see, as you said, Moonboy, there's a lot of protection already being saved up and a lot of mana to make that work. Even though we can see right here on the Raptera side, he can easily kill it off, but of course he doesn't see what's happening right now. He's kind of hesitant to do so as well. So each one is already waiting for the turns to happen. And here we go. We're going to see a bunch of actions right now. Acquired taste going on, or going in to the Twisted Fate. Maybe a successful eating frenzy coming out from the Tahm Kench right now.
Yeah, so looking at Raptera, the feast immediately coming down. His hand is just basically nothing at this point of time. There's no way that he could, protect remove the Tahm Kench really well. There is no way that he could burst the Bastion and then immediately going for the get excited. He might even go for the get excited this turn, but it's highly unlikely. And Bra could even go for the Bio Branch and eating up the Aphelios and then spitting him back out as well. So these are all possible moves that Bra could have done, but instead he went for the Vault Temple. He's saying, I'm passing the priority back to you. What are you gonna do? I have 4 mana up. I have Bastion open. I have Guiding Touch open as well. There's no way you're gonna remove my Tahm Kench this turn.
That's right. There's no way he's going to be able to remove that Tahm Kench. And right now, Fizz is going to level up. That means he's going to get sleep with the fishes right now at the next turn. But again, look at that Fizz. It's hovering right there, discounted to make it 4/4 just in case. Whichever, it's probably going to go to Daring Poros, right? Or which one do you think is the best option right there, Moonboy?
Well, I believe right here, Bro is just gonna take in this 5 damage, bringing himself down to 5. Just not allowing Rafterra to do anything funky at this point of time. He has the guiding touch to bring himself back up to health, but at this point, he really needs to find himself that copy of Star Shaping that he's looking for, and he's unable to tap out of 4 at this point of time. So for Rafterra, game plan is just have to apply pressure as much as possible. Like this ballistic bot as well is just gonna do 1 additional damage the next turn to Bra also. So as Rafterra is stepped out, with 2 mana up, he could be lying for a Mystic Shot, but Bra has to be really careful with his health moving forward.
That's right. Bra is really in some kind of a danger right now, but looking at it right now, he chooses to heal his Tahm Kench and uses the remaining mana to heal his Nexus buff back up to 7. And that's not really kind of a safe spot right there, because he's like get excited away, 2 get excited and 1 Mystic Shot away from lethal. So what do you think about what's going to happen right here, Moonboy?
Well, Bra health is gonna be really, really thin at this point of time. So he really has to control what Rafterra has. The tide has already changed, being controlling a passive, while Rafterra is being so aggressive the whole game. So Rafterra is gonna be applying more pressure with the Wiggly Bubblefish in his hand as well. Not forgetting, he has an Ignite also and the Get Excited in hand. So Bra really needs to dig deeper into his deck, which he's unable to do with this particular hand that he has, but he's going for the Graviton, stunning the Daring Poro, not allowing it to move the next turn as well. But I think Rafterra still had that amount of aggression in his hand, and it's all gonna be it's gonna be uphill battle for Bra for this whole turn.
That's right, and we're seeing still a bunch of options coming out from Rafterra's side. He just keeps on hammering down using the ballistic bots, created skill right there to deal 1 damage, but then again, we're seeing the attack token right now being not. I'm fairly sure that he will not utilize the attack as of the moment for the side of Bra. What do you think about that, Moonboy?
Well, Bra is probably not gonna attack. He really needs to find the outs to actually clear out Rafterra bot as much as possible. We might be seeing a Caliburn over here. And a Saravan might be even be possible. So Bra could just go on a put it on the Tahm Kench and then follow up by a Quiet Taste. That could also be a possibility. Or he could even go for a Severum onto the Aphelios and then heal himself slightly more, and this way he could survive this onslaught coming in from Rafterra. So as we see immediately, the Severum going onto the Tahm Kench, and is likely to use the Quiet Taste to actually trigger the life gain and healing himself up by 3 more.
That's right, and that's going to be one way for Bra to keep himself alive and maybe possibly bringing him up to 9 in that setup right there. And Quiet Taste is still up right there, fleeting, already ready to be triggered. But right now, I'm thinking if he's going to use it, and there you go, he uses it on the ballistic bot, and let's see how Rafterra is going to react to this. I think he can't do anything right now. What do you think about that, Moonboy?
Well, especially right now, Rafterra has no way to deal with this Quiet Taste. He could go for the Get Excited onto his ballistic bot to deny himself from this feast coming in from the River King himself. The suit up is not gonna make any difference for this particular move. So I don't think he's gonna waste a burn spell on the ballistic bot just to remove this Quiet Taste, or just preventing the Tahm Kench from leveling up this turn as well. So I think Rafterra is okay to let this go and let this slide, because he has that Wiggly Bubblefish following up the next turn as well. He still has Feast, he still has one more Daring Poro, not forgetting he has a Suit Up as well. And here we see a Quiet Taste going off, and the Tahm Kench levels up. The River King is on to level 2.
That's right, and all those beaten units are going to be obliterated by the Tahm Kench leveling up, and that's a very, very effective Acquired Taste right there. And you can see it's going to be targeted, and that's going to give him a vulnerable state. And I'm kind of curious, asking the line that you said a while ago, he could have used Get Excited, of course, he wanted more damage. in the next few turns, more disposable damage towards the Nexus of Bra. So that actually is a good pass right there coming from Raftera. And it's kind of a close match in the sense that look at Bra, he's down to 6, and there's still a lot of options for him in terms of gaining health, especially with the Severum already activated on the Tahm Kench. And right now, it's still anybody's game. It still depends on what he discovers, or what weapons he discovers for Aphelios. And now, the Bayou Brunch goes on to the Aphelios, making this Tahm Kench a
Never
lot
lost a
bigger.
fair game. Or played one.
Yeah, so the Tahm Kench is at 9/10 worth of stats as of right now, and the Twisted
There
Fate
you go.
immediately going for the gold card, not allowing that the stun to happen, and it just happened so fast, and Bra just immediately scoops up the game. Yo, Excelsior, that game was so tight, and Bra was in the driver's seat the whole time. And yeah, what do you think?
That was really, really. You told me it was a bit tight. We thought Raftera was ahead while Bra was getting hammered down to 6. But again, Tahm Kench took control over the whole match. A lot of options coming out from Bra's side. And again, we cannot forget the very, very bad starting hand coming from Raftera. And that gets Bra the first win. That gets Raftera
Yes.
the first win. Yeah.
Yep, so Raftera is leading 1-0 in this top 32 series against Bra, and here we have a game, a second round number 2 with Fiora Shen going up against Raftera's Twisted Fate, the Aphelios Gangplank, so Aphelios Tahm Kench, sorry. And in this matchup, I think Bra really needs to find himself the removals and the spell denials. I think from then Bra might be a little bit comfortable, but looking at his hand right now, he is indeed in a pretty comfortable position.
Changes, but never breaks.
That's right, and we are seeing a River Shaper, which used to be a 2-1 in the previous patches, but now it's 2-2. When he strikes, he's going to draw a card. Very, very useful. This has been used time and again in the Fiora deck just to draw out the spells that are needed to control the board. And right now, Moonboy, this has to be a very, very kind of an empty hand as of the moment, but I think it's still manageable. What do you think about Raftera's hand as of the moment?
Well, Raftera hand is just, at this point of time, Raftera is just going to play really passively. He has the vigor to actually allow that Boxtopus to survive. He actually went for the heal, the Guiding Touch onto the Boxtopus as well. So this way he could make a very even trade against, a very favorable trade against Bra, taking out the River Shaper. And not forgetting, he also has that Spacey Sketcher as well, which he could use it to find himself more options like the Charger or a Serpent to actually deal with this River Shaper as well. So as of right now, I think Raftera is pretty comfortable with this hand, while Bra is actually looking for answers. He has nothing much that is reactive. Only has that no P5 and that single combat, which probably wouldn't do too much as of right now.
That's right, and we're seeing a possible bait coming from Bra right there. He putting down the Shen, but this actually also kind of gives a kind of soft, how do you say this, preparation for the next match or for the next combat, because no reactions coming right there from Bra's side. I was expecting to use the Simple Combat just to protect the River Shaper right there, but no, he has another one right there on hand, and it's not going to be a priority. So, but he draws out one more spell out of his deck. And what do you think about that line of turn or line of play coming from Bra?
Well, I mean, Bra has to be really careful with that single combat because it's probably his only reaction spell in his hand right now. He do not want to waste it onto this combat because Raftera actually have 4 mana open. So that being said, he has to respect the Bastion in this lineup, and neither does he want to put any damage on this Shen before the next combat. So this way, the Shen gotta be healthy. The Shen could protect whatever that is gonna be attacking with him the next turn as well. So as of right now, no, not not reacting too much from Bra's side is probably the right choice in this lineup.
That's right. He can actually kind of delay the match a bit further, and it's going to be to his advantage considering the cards that are in his hand right now. And now there's a draw coming from Raftera. The first Aphelios, and is that the Screeching Dragon as that can see on the rightmost side, Moonboy?
Yes, exactly. There's a top deck Screeching Dragon coming in for Bra. That Screeching Dragon could actually make a difference if this combat phase is ever gonna go through. But based on what Raftera actually picked from that Spacey Sketcher, he got himself that Crescent Strike, so it's highly unlikely that he is going for a combat this turn. But Raftera actually passes. Bra respects that there's a chance of a stun coming in from Raftera, so not tapping out of 4, bluffing a deny, showing him that he might have a deny in his hand. Raftera has to play in a way where he has to respect that deny. So this Crescent Strike is not going to be fired off from Raftera's side.
That's right, and we're seeing a Bricey Protector giving the barrier onto Shen. This is going to be an effective way for Bra to possibly set up a bunch of damage, or rather combat attack from his side. He can actually put down the Shen and just protect the Bricey Protector and just bait out a bit more damage. And we can see another River Shaper being brought down from Bra's side, which can possibly just... Oh, there you go! Crescent Strike already being put down or being used by Raftera.
Yep, immediately answered with a Notify saying, "You are not gonna stun my creatures." Bra is heading forward for the attack. He's probably gonna go for an all-in attack with this one, blocking the River Shaper with the barrier, allowing himself to get one free spell, which could turn the tide for Bra. If he draws into the right spell, he will be able to defend himself against whatever that's gonna come the next turn. Because what he needs right now is gonna be lots of reactive spell, lots of combat spells, and I think if this River Shaper ever allows him to draw into one, Bra might be a little bit ahead.
That's right, and there you go, a Relentless Pursuit being drawn out from the River Shaper. What do you think is the best discover here right now? What kind of weapon is very, very crucial at this specific moment, Moonboy?
Well, he might go for the Crescendrum, that's what he said. He picked the Crescendrum, and the Crescendrum is crucial at this point. He could bring himself a Boxtopus. He could remove that River Shaper if he ever chooses to. That's basically what Raftera might be going all about. Having just for 2 mana, he could just fetch himself a Boxtopus at the 3-4 lineup, 3-4 stats line, without having that deal 3 damage to myself. And that being said, this is the value of the Crescendrum. This is the value of Aphelios as a whole.
That's right, and in the deck, there's only the Boxtopus. Instead of dealing 3 to himself, or it just becomes a 3-4 right there. Very, very useful, especially with a Challenger, guys. You have known this time and again. The Challenger is actually one of the best ways to control the board, because of course you can attract or hook one unit into the unit into your Boxtopus and then possibly kill him off and control the board as well. So really, right now, the fish, the bubblefish, are still not that discounted as of the moment because of not much spells are still used. But it's still, I'm still very, very curious as to what's gonna happen. Still, is this going to be a pass, or will he attack? What do you think about this, oh boy?
Well, I mean, he might actually risk it and go for, a bot development if he ever chooses to. He might go for the Boxtopus, trying to get his hands onto that River Shaper. But, I mean, having 7 mana open for Bra, Raftera is in lots of decision. He has a decision to actually, should I go aggressive, or should I just waste Bra's mana and waste his turn by just passing the turn over here? But that being said, Raftera is not going to have any progression this turn. As of right now, I think Bra kind of have the slightly more advantageous board compared to Raftera, as that River Shaper is on board. The River Shaper is going to draw himself so many spells. That being said, Bra will be ahead.
That's right. Bra looks like he is like passing the torch, or to passing the aggressive or the proactive decisions to Raftera as of the moment. He's actually baiting the Boxtopus to attack the River Shaper, and here we go. I think this is a kind of soft decision on the side of Raptera to just buff up his Aphelios right there, but it's not actually a deciding move that he's going to attack. So it's a tug of war in terms of whoever is going to be more proactive between these two players. It's like that's how Runeterra goes, guys. That's how it's a battle of patience. It's a battle of wits, and we are seeing it right now between Bra and Raptera.
Yeah, not forgetting, Raptera actually has that Calibrum in his hand, ready to fire at one of Bra's followers. So that being said, the River Shaper and that Green Glade Caretaker, they are all in a little bit of trouble if he ever gets fired off. And not forgetting, Raptera actually drew himself that Vault Temple, which could raise so much value for Raptera as well. But as of right now, Raptera is slightly more comfortable, but he really has to deal with what's coming from Bra. Being said, the Screeching Dragon is probably going to remove the Aphelios if he ever has the chance as well. So Raptera has to be a little bit more reactive at this point in time.
That's right. It's going to be Bra putting down the Screeching Dragon basically says, okay, I'm gonna take control now. I'm gonna try and put down your Aphelios at this moment. And right now he has exactly 5 mana on his roster, on his pool right now, to possibly use single combat and maybe actually use Relentless Pursuit. But no, most of these players just stay a bit patient and take it one step at a time. Sharp Side going down on the River Shaper. That's how important it is, guys. You have to protect the River Shaper to draw out the reactive pieces, and that's actually how you're going to get the advantage using this Fiora Shen deck.
Yeah, so I think this attack coming in from Bra, it's gonna be a little bit more interesting. Not protecting that River Shaper distance might put himself in a little bit of trouble. I mean, having this attack being being moved like that, the Aphelios have no way to block efficiently, and I think right here, the River Shaper, it's not exactly going down at this turn unless Raptera has to go for the block with the Aphelios. And that being said, Bra is really comfortable. He has everything in his disposal. Not forgetting, he still has that single combat if Raptera ever taps out of 4 as well. So right here, Bra is just applying so much pressure on Raptera.
The waters take.
That's right. That's actually a very, very good move on the side of Bra, Moonboy, because as you can see, he left out the Aphelios right there. Okay, it's up to you on how you're going to kill off your own Aphelios by blocking. But no, I'm gonna give that decision to you. I'm not even going to use the single combat just to hit your Aphelios. It's up to you on how you're going to block this huge damage that's going to come to your Nexus. So right now, another Aphelios has been drawn out, and it's very, very concerning that we see Raptera right now on 8 health with he has 2 of the fishes right there which can possibly deal damage, and he's now targeting the Screeching Dragon. Moonboy, what can he do right now to develop his own board or maybe turn the tides?
Well, I think we're over here immediately going for the single combat, not allowing Raptera to gain any advantage at this point in time. And even if Raptera actually goes for the Bastion on the Aphelios trying to protect it this turn, it's just gonna set him back 4 mana. And being that he's going from 9 to 5 mana, they're just limiting the amount of options that Raptera have if he ever chooses for the Bastion. So I think Bra is pretty comfortable if he ever keeps up with this, and the Spell Thief immediately coming out, finding a Notify, and there he found himself that copy of Notify, or he could actually go for the shop side, buff the Aphelios up, and then it would survive from this single combat coming in from this Screeching Dragon as well.
That's right. This is actually these are very, very good choices coming out from this cover right there, and he picks the Notify instead to cancel out that single combat and effectively protect his Aphelios from immediate death right there. He only has 1 unit as of the moment, and the Vile Temple is actually going to effectively target just the Aphelios, right? Well, it's just going to buff it up unless he puts down the 2 elusives that are sitting on his hand right now.
Yes, not forgetting, Braftera also have the Chrysandrum in his hand, so he might find himself that last copy of Boxtopus if he ever chooses to, and then follow up by 2 free Wriggly Bubblefish. So this way he could sustain his board, he could maintain aggression, and he could still control what Bra actually has on his field as well with the Boxtopus. So I think right here Braftera might be a little bit comfortable, but he can't get himself too comfortable because we are moving on to turn number 9 the next turn, and the Bright Steel Protector in Burst hand is just gonna be coming in real quick.
The balance has been maintained.
And with that swap and barrier, that levels up the Shen to level 2. And guys, if you have a Shen level 2, each unit with barrier gets additional attack. And look at that, it's going to be very, very effective. Why? Because of course, Shen is not is barred up, protected right now, even preventing more damage coming in to his Screeching Dragon. And as you said, turn 9 is very, very crucial, right, Moonboy? Can you explain how crucial turn 9 is going to be for Bra?
Yeah, so if we're ever going to move into turn number 9, the Bright Steel Protector is going to be online. That being said, every single unit on Bra's side of the field will be getting barriered, and with Shen, they will be buffed in terms of attacks as well. So it's got, with the Bright Steel Protector, tides are going to turn, and right now, Braftera really has to build up his board or control Bra's board, and which I believe is going to happen really, really soon, as we see this Aphelios immediately going for the level up. And he also has that Aphelios champion spell as well, so that could also be used to find himself a Graviton and then survive the next attack as well. So this swap actually stuns that Shen instead of the Screeching Dragon. He really needs to get control on that Screeching Dragon, or else he's going to be in huge trouble.
Yes, he needs to get that Gravitamin stun and that follower into the next round as well. And this is going to be free damage right there. No way for Bra to protect himself from the Bubblefish right there. 2, that's going to be a total of 6 damage, which can possibly bring him down to 11. Looking at the hand right now, there are no reactive spells on the side of Bra to possibly remove those little 3-1s with elusive. And of course, that's going to be free damage and bring him down to 11. And he removes the River Shaper in that encounter.
Yep, and not forgetting, Braftera has the Calibrum. As we said, he's immediately going for the Calibrum, going for the Caretaker, dealing 3 damage to it, taking it down. Bro actually has the answer from the fresh upside that he has just drawn from that River Shaper. So he might be able to save this Caretaker, but instead he's not going for it. He still has the upper hand in terms of control compared to Braftera, but he has to be really careful, as that 2 Bubblefish is just gonna cause so much havoc for Braftera if the attack token ever flips back to Braftera's favor. So we might not even see a Bright Steel Protector coming in from Bra the next turn as well.
That's right, and that's because there's a lot of chances for Braftera to just put them down or pin them down with the breaks. And there you go, you can see Bra heading out using his own Screeching Dragon as a way to possibly remove the Aphelios on the side of Braftera right there, leaving his Shen very, very vulnerable to any possible attacks or possible blocks, from the side of Braftera. So this is actually kind of a surprise move from Bra. Moonboy, what do you think about that?
Well, I think at this point of time, I think that attacking with the Shen without not being protected is not gonna make too much of a difference against Braftera's board. Like, look at Braftera's hand right now. Look at that top deck that Braftera drew. It is a Mind Meld, and it's gonna be so huge. Following on as well, so that Mind Meld is gonna transform his whole board to the amount of spells that he has casted this game. And as of this point, we believe Braftera actually casted lots of spells, and he, not forgetting, he still has so many spells in his hand as well. He could go for the Mind Meld, transforming the Bubblefish into so huge, and then he could just smash those Bubblefish into Bra's Nexus. I think Braftera might be going for the all-in and just finishing off the game like that, Ruftera is in the driver's seat at this point of time.
That's right, that's right. And I wish I brought a clicker counting how many spells Ruftera actually used during the game so that I would know how much how buffed up they're going to be with the Mind Belt. And I'm thinking, Moonboy, that there's a possibility that Bra might still come back. There's still he can still use Relentless Pursuit, and there he goes. He uses Relentless Pursuit right now, possibly going to use it on his second Sleeping Dragon. And let's see how this is going to go. He's probably going to challenge Aphelios, but nope. Another reactive way, and it gets notified. This is back and forth decisions coming from Bra and Ruftera. Wow, Moonboy, this is going to get exciting.
Yes, exactly, and right here, Bra is just gonna apply so much pressure onto Ruftera. He is eager to close off the game as soon as possible, and also challenging the Aphelios, removing more options coming in from Ruftera as well. So I think as of right now, Ruftera might is not gonna protect his unit. He might even go for a heal, going for the Star Shaping and heal his Nexus up by 5, invoking and trying to find more answers for him the next turn as well. This could widen up his gameplay to actually find himself more Rincon moving forward, keeping himself healthy. And there you have a Star Shaping immediately going down. He has the Scourge, he has the Destroyer. Woo! I think right now Ruftera is so comfortable picking either unit from his hand.
Yeah, that's a very, very good invoke right there. And that is going to be... I'm thinking, would he use a Mind Meld right now? Or would he just try to develop the board? What's the best option right now, Moonboy?
Well, Ruftera has to respect a deny coming in from Bra. So Bra kind of have to be a little bit more careful with this Mind Meld if he thinks that he has it in his hand. So Ruftera at the same time has to be a little bit more concerned of that deny that's coming in as well. So what Ruftera could do, go for the Zap Spirit Fin and then see what Bra could do. And if Bra ever drops down the Bright Steel Protector, it's gonna be game for Ruftera.
That's right. And that's going to be a soft move right there if he does ever put down the Zap Spray Fin. Okay. Oh man, this is actually it's just a waiting game between these two. And he goes on and passes. So what does that mean, Moonboy? I'm just really on my toes right now. Just these guys are just one turn away from finishing it off. And there you go. This is it. There's no more mana for a deny. There's no more mana for a deny. 2 Notifies have been used. So, this it?
It's gonna be a singular move from Ruftera, and go ahead, we go Mind Meld, and everything is gonna get so huge from now on. Excelsior, I'm so excited to see how big this Bubblefish is gonna be.
I think it's going to be 20s, mid 20s. Let's see if this is going to be as big as we expect. No, okay, just 12. 12, but that's going to total 24 damage coming in from Ruftera. No blocks, and you can see, the elusive Sharp Sight. One of the Bullfishes is going to be blocked, but that's not going to be enough. 12 damage going to face. Lethal damage against Bra, and there you go. We see Ruftera going on with a second win. Very, very back and forth match between the two. But what are the highlights of that match, Moonboy?
The biggest moment for me is gonna be that 12-12 Mind Meld going in for the finish. As Ruftera is not careful with the Mind Meld, he just dropped down the Bright Steel Protector on the final turn and skipping himself away from denying mana. And Ruftera saw that opening. He has to finish the game that turn. He went for the Mind Meld. Gosh, it's so satisfying seeing such a huge Bubblefish going into the Nexus just like that.
That's right, and we just saw a while ago that when he put down the Bright Steel Guardian of Bright Steel Protector, that just says, okay, I don't have the deny, or I don't even have the mana for a deny. I even used 2 of my Notifies right there. So nope, it's not going to be enough, and that just leaves the gates open for a Mind Meld to finish off the game. Even the Sharpsight couldn't protect the damage that's going to be coming from the small bowlfish. It's supposed to be cute and cuddly, but it finished off Bra right there, getting the 2-0 in favor of Raptera.
Yeah, so congratulations to Raptera to moving on to the next best 16. He's moving forward to the top 16 rounds in the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament. All the best to Raptera, but at the same time, good job to Bra for showcasing such a great game to us. And it was so exciting. It was back and forth, but Raptera actually came out on top. So good job to both players as well.
That's right. And I'm really, really curious as to which players started to move on to the next round. And of course, before we go on a break, I'm excited to announce, guys, that we're going to have a card reveal video before the next match. So if you are watching, just stay tuned, guys. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people here are waiting for the card reveal, guys. And I'm sure a lot of people are also staying late into the midnight hours, waiting for the next card reveal. I'm admittedly one of those. Are you one of those guys, Moonboy?
I literally used to stay up all night just to wait for these new cards. I'm so excited, and I'm really excited to share with you guys what's coming up next after the break as well. So do stay tuned.
So we'll be back in a few, guys. Stay tuned.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to the Cosmic Creation end of season tournament, where the best 32 players all around Southeast Asia region square off to be the best of the Southeast Asia shot. And yeah, my name is Moonboy Gaming, and I am joined by my best friend all over Infinite, Zero Infinity. How are you doing, my friend?
Hey man, thanks for the warm welcome there, Moonboy. And yeah, I've been waiting here, biding my time behind the shadows, watching that last match, and bruh, I was just literally saying bruh in like 1,000 different intonations. Then yeah, that was a great match last time, and yeah, I'm looking forward to cast some more great matches today.
Yeah, we have Rapterra. We've seen Rapterra and Burb in action in both the top 32. And congratulations to Rapterra for moving forward to top 16. That being said, we are featuring the top 16 round later on in this in this tournament. And without further ado, let's just take a look at the bracket over here. And the next round that we are going to feature in this tournament is going to be Belkut all the way from Thailand and Kanan all the way from Singapore. My man.
Yeah, and these are really great players. Kanan especially has been like a mainstay in a lot of the competitive meta, and it's great to see him here for the first time going into the top cut of the seasonal tournament. Belkut, not a stranger as well. He has been doing great, and I am very excited to see this matchup between Belkut and Kanan, and they are bringing some extremely spicy decks. Of course, we are going to see, I think on the side of Belkut, he is bringing in the brand new Teemo Ezreal coming in from this patch, and Kanan has some old favorites in his lineup, which is going to be interesting to see as well.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a strong 8-8 going into both of the players for the top 16. But as what Excelsior mentioned before the break, we are gonna have a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of special moving forward before the round of top 16 for you guys.
Yeah, there's going to be some sinister cards coming in from a nice video prepared here from Riot. And yeah, we're gonna be looking at some really nice cards, and there is going to be a new mechanic. And I think it was revealed along with Severe as well. And that was really nice. And yeah, speaking about reveals, we saw Severe revealed last night, right? And what do you think about that card, Moonboy? Do you find that card to be exciting?
Yeah, I think Severe is gonna be exciting, and the new keyword Reputation is gonna make a little bit of a difference moving forward as well. Severe having quick attack and spell shield with 5 attack, and without further ado, guys, let's just jump right into the video.
Let's make this a night to remember. The prettier the rose, the sharper the thorns. This is the fun part. Everything's easier behind a mask.
All right, that was a quick video like featuring the Sigil of Malice and Thorn of the Rose here. Sigil of Malice, a 4-cast card going to do damage to anything, and then once you have Reputation, and again Reputation is somewhere where you have dealt 5 or more damage on 4 different instances, and I think this has to be coming from units. So Thorn of the Rose here, which is being featured on stream right now, is one of the more aggressive statted units with 5 power and just only 1 toughness, and if it ever gets hit on a Nexus or another follower, a champion or whatever, and it's going to give you 1 stack of Reputation, which is going into a lot of other cards that are going to be revealed soon. And yeah, summoning a guy, when you're summoned, you get a Guile in hand, and if you don't remember what Guile is that 1 mana sorcery, slow speed spell that stuns a unit. And yeah, what do you see in these other cards here, Moonboy?
Well, for Thorn of the Rose, I mean, being 5-1 from Noxus, I think it's going to be really strong. It's going to be aggressive moving forward as well. And at the same time, it could proc the Reputation moving forward. And that being said, the second card that got revealed is the Sigil of Malice from Noxus as well. So I think the picture looks really interesting. I'm not really sure where did I see this before. But I mean,
yeah,
it costs 1 after Reputation.
Yeah, it costs
it's
1
a little
after
bit
Reputation, and
yeah,
I think I've seen this picture somewhere. Maybe if you play League of Legends, it's gonna be quite familiar to you. Maybe a different color scheme, and maybe chat knows what's coming up. I think they already know what's coming up. But yeah, really, really interesting card. There is a lot of cards going here with where I'm excited to see all the other reputation cards that's going to be revealed in the time being, going into the set that's coming on March 3, I think. We're gonna have Shurima, one of the biggest expansions coming into Legends of Frontera, and it's gonna be a fresh meta, fresh new cards, and I'm really excited to play with the Sand people and all of those people and all of those cards as well.
Yeah, without further ado, let's just jump right back into our top 16 action with Belkut's deck lineup over here. We have MF Queen with the Scouts aggro, Soraka Tamkench with the Star Spring control, and also my boy Teemo Ezreal is in the lineup of Belkut. So what do you think of this lineup, Zero? It's kind of pretty interesting.
It's an interesting lineup for sure. I think there's an aggressive deck in MF's Queen. Right off the bat, I can't actually, what do you call this? Think about what he's trying to target. It's more like of a balanced lineup, and of course we see here Ezreal with Teemo, and I think Soraka Tamkench has been a mainstay in a lot of the tournament lineups as well. And now we have Kanan's lineup. We have Aphelios Lee Sin taking out Zoe for. Instead of playing Zoe, we're playing Aphelios now. We have Fiora Shen, another one of the tournament decks that we have been seeing for quite a while, and we actually saw this deck in action in the last round a lot in Bra's lineup. And we also have Fizz TF, one of the newer decks that has been released, and it goes on pretty well to be being a sort of secret elusive burn deck, which has a lot of draw. And yeah, this is really interesting. This is going to be a really interesting lineup. What do you think will get banned on either side of the lineup, Moonboy?
For my side, I think Karan would be from Karan's side, the Fiora Shen would be banned. But I think over here we get to see the deck list of the Teemo Ezreal deck coming in from Belkut, my boy Teemo, coming in with the freezes. So if Belkut actually goes with this list, as he chooses to go for a little bit more for control, which would totally counter what Karan has in his lineup with Fiora Shen and also Lee Sin as well. So having the freezes available at his disposal, right? He could just freeze this strong units, and at the same time he could just pump in as much puff caps as much as possible with Teemo and puff cap peddler, and then he could even go for Ezreal win condition, pinging his opponent down just with Ezreal's Mystic Shot naturally like that. And not forgetting Hexcore Foundry, the new card from the previous expansion. This could also speed up the puff cap rate, the rate of Kanan actually drawing his puff cap moving forward also.
Yeah, Puff Cap. This Puff Cap deck actually has seen a lot of iterations in the past. We have seen it being included with a copy of Sejuani, and then we moved on to something like a hybrid with a couple of, I think, 2 or 3 Teemos with 1 Ezreal Splash, 2 Sejuani. There has been a lot, and then we now have seen this newer iteration wherein we cut Sejuani out completely, and we just put in another Wincon in Ezreal, and then we added in the Ice Veil Archers for more targeting. We get to level up Ezreal in the process, and we become more defensive. But I think one of the interesting things about the Hexcore Foundry deck with the Puff Caps, it's like, for me, it's like sort of a mini Exodia deck, wherein sometimes where you have this crazy board states wherein you have a Puff Cap Peddler and a Hexcore Foundry, and then you start pumping out spells, and with something that unstoppable, there is an inevitability to the deck that you're going to be drawing so many Puff Caps in the later rounds, especially with the help of Hexcore Foundry. And I think I didn't see it exactly in the list, but sometimes they have a Veteran Investigator over there as well, to the cast 3 to draw for both players, and it just helps you so much more because the draw power coming from Hexcore Foundry helps the Teemo player so much more than it helps his opponent, especially when the opponent is not playing something super aggressive.
Yeah, let's just take a look right over here. We have Belkut versus Kanan moving forward in the top 16 round. And I think right now both players are going into the first game with Kanan having the Lee Sin Aphelios going up against Belkut's Teemo Ezreal. We've seen the list of the Teemo Ezreal previously as well. If Teemo actually has if Teemo could find himself that freezes to control the Lee Sin, I think Teemo right here, Belkut is in the commanding lead based on deck choices itself.
Yeah, there is not much ways for the Lee Sin deck to handle, for example, a Puffcup Peddler. But of course, we have the inclusion of Aphelios already, and that gives Kanan so much more options into controlling the board of Belkut and his opposing Puffcup Peddlers and whatever creatures he might have, because the strength alone of Calibrum is going to be crucial in controlling the creatures coming in from the Hexcore Foundry deck. And we also already see in the Mulligan of Kanan, we already have 2 copies of Eye of the Dragon. Lee Sin is already there pretty early, but he's going to need that to win the game. But in the side of Belkut, of course, there is going to be some freeze action, some frostbite action coming in from his deck. So it's going to be tough for Lee Sin to get into that overwhelm range and start kicking stuff into the Nexus and back into hand.
Yes, and here we see a thermal beam immediately going into Kanan's gold immediately. Like, no, he's not allowing Kanan to go any further in terms of board state. He's not allowing Kanan to not go for the gems as well. So Belkut is kind of in a very good position. Not forgetting he has Hexcore Foundry in his hand. He has Puffcat Peddler in his hand, and also he got Teemo on turn 1 as well. That being said, the Puffcat generation game for Belkut has already begun just in his hand right here, but he is kind of in need to find himself that Flash Freeze or that Harsh Winds before that Lee Sin actually fires off. But as we look at Kanan's hands right now, Kanan is kind of a little bit behind in terms of the spell game. He might not be able to level up Lee Sin as fast as we expected in this matchup.
Yeah, and the Hexcore Foundry is now down for Belkut, and a Thermogenic Beam going down onto the Mentor. And that's been a lot of control coming in from Belkut, basically removing anything that goes down. And I think there was a key decision there for Belkut. You might be thinking of, am I going to drop this Hexcore Foundry and go for a 1-mana Thermo Beam? Because if you do that, you don't actually respect the Pale Cascade coming in from Kanan here. He does draw into it late, and he didn't have the Pale Cascade to save his mentor in the previous turn. And now we have Puffcup Peddler down on the side of Belkut, and now we are starting to get into that range wherein I was talking about. It's like a mini Exodia deck with Puffcat Peddler and Teemo already on the board. We're just missing a few key pieces in some mushroom generation, and it's gonna be a doozy here for Kanan to handle all the Puffcaps going into his deck.
Yeah, Kanan not necessarily have to be afraid of the Puffcaps, Puffcap game coming in from Belkut as well. He has the Eye of the Dragon to heal himself a little bit more carefully, right? He could go for the Petal, go for the Aphelios, and then follow up by Calibrum could also remove the Puffcat Peddler as well. So as of right now, I think Kanan is in a really comfortable slot. Like, this Teemo is probably not going to do too much to him as well, but you got to be a little bit more careful of the Trochan in Belkut hand, as that could really play around the Caliber. So Kanan might be a little bit of a pickle right now, but I think he has everything under control based on his hand that we are seeing right here.
Yeah, and this is quite an interesting attack here from Belkut. He's going to attack with his whole board basically, and we're going to see maybe a Troll Chant try to save this Puffcat Peddler that Lee Sin is blocking, and he is doing this because he wants to put Lee Sin in a range where he can use Brittle Steel and be able to freeze the Lee Sin coming from Kanan. And there was an Aphelios rip off the top deck on this round, and he gets a Calibrum trying to take out possibly one of these Puffcat Peddlers. And of course, it's going to force the hand here of Kanan, giving the Lee Sin a barrier, and the Brittle Steel now going on to the Dust Petal Bringer. And then we have 6 more Puffcaps, and multiplied by Teemo. That's a huge hit coming from Teemo, doubling the Puffcaps in Kanan's deck. And there's a Hexcore Foundry. This is looking spicy. 3 Puffcaps, 1 Puffcap. Wow, that's a lot of damage now.
So as of right now, I think Kanan is in lots of trouble, but Belkut also has that Trochan to protect this Puffcat Battler from this Calibrum as well. Kanan, looking at Kanan Sen, he has that Zenith Blade. All he needs to do is just level up Lee Sin as fast as possible that he needs to right now. And Kanan's game plan right now is just immediate, have to clean off the game as fast as possible before he gets puffed out. He's unable to block the Ezreal that's coming in from Belkut also, and also the Teemo. So Kanan might be in a little bit of a trouble if it's not starting to heal, or else the puff cap is gonna stack up and it's just gonna start draining his mana, his nexus lower and lower by the turn.
Yeah, and Belkudizer here has a decision. So the Calibrum is going on to one of the Puff Cap Peddlers. He has a choice here to make if he wants to use Trollchan, and he decides not to use it in saving that Puff Cap Peddler. But no matter, another Puff Cap Peddler was drawn from the top deck, and it's now back onto the field. And we still have the Lee Sin going in for an attack, and there could be a crucial decision there being made. We could have seen an Icevale Archer going on to the Lee Sin, but it looks like Belkut is respecting the gem that's coming out from that he already knows is in the hand of Kanan, and the gem now going on to Lee Sin and a Severum perhaps to try to pad this life total, but that's going to be a sort of risky play, knowing that Belkut hasn't put down any Icevale Archers from the deck, and he has 3 copies. Of course, you're going to have to think about that possibility that he has that Icevale Archer, since he has drawn so many cards as well from Hexcore Foundry.
Yeah, you're totally right. That Icevale Archer is gonna come down immediately, as we see, freezing the Lee Sin, not allowing him to go for a cheap attack or a cheap removal of anything. But over here, Kanan is able to level up the Lee Sin immediately over here, and also with the Lee Sin's champion spell, and he could also potentially add up 2 more additional damage onto the Lee Sin as well. So I believe Kanan is kind of comfortable, even if he's unable to kill off this unit. As Belkut could answer with the Trollchan, this Puff Cap Battler is going back into Belkut's hand, even though it might not be removed this turn.
Yeah, definitely. This Trollchan is going to be huge here. Trollchan onto the Teemo +2 and -2 on the Lee Sin. Only one power left on the Lee Sin. He's going to do 1 damage to the Nexus and putting back the Puff Cap Peddler in hand. He's going to heal too because of the life steal coming in from Severum. And yeah, Teemo and the Puff Cap Peddler lives to see another day. 1 mushroom only? Oh no, that has to be not so good for Belkut here. He's going in for an attack with a Teemo, and looks like he is not going for a deep meditation, fishing for the Hush perhaps. So that's just gonna double up the Puff Caps that's left in Kanan's deck.
I fight with my spirit.
Yeah, Kanan has to be a little bit careful of his draws as well. That being said, he has 3 copies of draw spells in his hand. He has the Deep Meditation that could draw himself 2 cards. There is also the Pale Cascade that could allow him to draw 1 more card. And here comes the Veteran Investigator, immediately drawing 4 more Puff Caps onto Kanan's Nexus. Kanan is in so much trouble moving forward as well. So he has to be a little bit more careful. He's drawing 2 more cards the next turn. And Belkut also has that Hush Read to answer. And a Guiding Touch coming in. 2, 3, 4 more Puff Caps. Kanan is in so much danger. He can't heal this turn, as he can't draw into the next card. There's a potential of him dying as well.
Yeah, that back-to-back Veteran Investigator there, drawing a total of 8 damage. That's going to be dangerous. And now that he didn't use the Deep Meditation before the Teemo got in a hit into the Nexus, now it's just going to be much more dangerous, because drawing those 2 cards from Deep Meditation could spell death here for Kanan, since he only has 3 HP left, and another copy of Teemo in hand, turning into Mushroom Cloud with Ezreal on the board, putting in 5 plus 3 more Puff Caps and 1 damage coming from Ezreal. It's looking dicey here, Mason.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if Kanan even draw himself a Puff Cap the next turn, even though he is lucky enough to dodge himself from Puff Cap damage. That being said, he's not going to be lucky enough to dodge himself from an Hush Winds, follow up by an Ezreal Mystic Shot, immediately going on to Kanan. 90 Puff Caps, here we see 1, 2, 3 Puff Caps going in, Kanan going down to 0, and there we have Belkut taking down Kanan in game number 1 in the top 16. Yo, bro, that is the power of Teemo, guys. So we have witnessed the power of Teemo in our very eyes, and Oh, Zero Infinity, that was the most satisfying moment that I've ever seen.
I would imagine being one of the Teemo mains here on Legends of Runeterra, you were quite enjoying that matchup with Teemo being unanswered from turn 1. And of course, the protection spells going into Teemo, and really one of the crucial turns there was Ice Veil Archer going on to the Lee Sin after Kanan plays the Severum, and that just denied him a lot of lifesteal, and was able to save both of his units using the Troll Chant in hand. And now we are going on to the second match with Belkut on his scouts, and Kanan sticking to his Aphelios Lee Sin deck. And who you got here in this round, Moonboy?
Yeah, so I think over here, if Kanan could maintain his control over the Scout stack, like as you see over here in Belkut's hand, there's not too much of an options that Belkut have. 2 MF, 2 Lauren Prodigy. He has a little bit of bot control, but not too much of aggression coming in from Belkut. But Kanan, with the Aphelios in his hand, ready to fire off this turn, Kanan could control a little bit more, could control Belkut just a little bit more, but he is in need to find himself at least in to close off the game, or else he's gonna be a little bit of a trouble.
Yeah, and Misfortune now coming down from Belkut, right? And fortunately, we have an on-curve Aphelios picking up the Calibrum, but no fear here as Misfortune tries to get in for damage, and he can't necessarily block with Aphelios here. Even with the Pale Cascade, Aphelios is going to go down to the to Misfortune's attack trigger, and he has a choice here to make if he wants to go for a block with the Dust Petal Bringer, using the Pale Cascade to survive the initial 1 damage coming in from the attack trigger, and try to get in for the damage onto the MF and cleaning it up completely. But he goes for a safer play and goes for the Aphelios block onto the Misfortune, thinking that maybe his Calibrum is enough for value from the Aphelios moving forward. And we now see another Dust Spellbringer coming down, and he has a nice open attack here with 4 damage, turning the matchup on its head. He's becoming the aggro player now, but another Misfortune now coming down from Belkut. And with the hand of Kanan here looking like a little creature light, what do you think of the future turns coming in here for Belkut?
Well, Belkut is in a commanding lead right here. Look at Kanan's hand right now. Kanan's hand is all about spells. He has no way that he could remove any units from Belkut's side of the field. And the Queen coming in from Belkut is just applying more and more pressure. That being said, he could even remove the Dust Petal immediately with the aid of the Veiler as well. That being said, the most right card that we are seeing in Belkut's hand is a Stony Suppressor. This is one of the cards. Its effects is going to be adding 1 additional mana cost for any spells coming in from his opponent as well. So that is going to pressure Kanan so hard, and it's going to remove any form of control or removal from Kanan, as every single card is going to cost 1 more extra, and it's going to be so painful for Kanan.
Yeah, man. Stony Suppressor, especially in this matchup, along with the matchup from TFiz, it's such an MVP, just putting 1 mana more on all of your spells. And Dust Petal being 2 mana, that's not really what you want. And of course, something like Bastion and Deny going up to 5 mana, and it's just not going to be as profitable for you as it would have been without Stony Suppressor on the field. Now we see an attack by the Quit, but it gets cleaned up by a Pale Cascade onto the Mountain Goat, and Kanan here drawing a little bit well with creatures coming into hand now. We previously had a hand with like all spells onto it, but drawing back-to-back Mountain Goat, he has a chance here to try and stave off the aggression coming from the Scouts.
Yep, so Kanan is being faced with so much pressure. He has pressure coming in from the MF, he has pressure coming in from the Queen. He's also having another form of pressure coming in from the Stony Suppressor as well. So immediately going for the repros, protecting that Misfortune. Kanan not having a Hush, even though he has a Hush, it's gonna be 4 mana because of that Stony Suppressor. It seems like Kanan is really running low on options. He has no Lee Sin, he has no Aphelios. All he sees in his hand are just a bunch of red cards that are being taxed so hard by the Stony Suppressor that it seems like Kanan deck is really against the wall and he's in so much
No.
need of help right now.
Yo man, 3 mana Guiding Touch, not as good as 2 mana Guiding Touch. And man, 2 mana Gems, that's not so good. And now we see the Genevieve coming down with Belfood, and it's just putting so much pressure. It's the Misfortune here already levels up with the double scout attack. We're going to see some incredible animation going to the Misfortune, and 3 damage, 3 times going into the Nexus, killing off that Dust Petal. And it's going to be a lot of damage going into Kanan, and we see a no more creatures on the side of Kanan. Unfortunately, the Lee Sin comes in a bit too late, but he is going to try and make things work with. He has gems here to try and pull the Misfortune off of the field, and now he has a choice here to make, because if he does a gem spell, he actually doesn't have enough mana for a deny because it's being taxed by the Stony Suppressor. He goes for a gem spell here, and it's going to be, I'm going to be curious what he is going to pull on the side of Belt, but he goes for double gem, and I think he is trying to get rid of the Misfortune on the side of Belfood. But is that going to be enough? There is double Relentless Pursuit, and it's looking grim here for Kanan.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what Kanan pull as of this point in time, right? Belkut has that Relentless Pursuit. He even has that Shove Side if he ever chooses to, ever wishes to take off the lead the next combat as well with the Genevieve. And I think as of right now, Kanan is in so much problem. He has no way to defend himself against a Relentless Pursuit. He has no way to heal himself back up. 2 more additional health with the Guiding Touch, and immediately the Relentless Pursuit coming in from Belkut. This might be the end of Kanan, and the Lauren Protege over here to clean it up as well. I think Belkut right here has lethal. Kanan scooping up this game, and dude, this is a huge, fast game, ladies and gentlemen. Belkut taking in the top 16, moving on into the top 8. Wow, what aggression that Belkut actually showed with the Skull stack, even though with the nerf coming in from Misfortune, it doesn't really affect him at all.
Yeah, it was really crucial there. There was a lot of spots where I think Kanan had a good early game with double Dust Spellbringer, and then he had the Aphelios and the Calibrum to start and relieving some pressure off of the board on Belkut, but then it got a little bit too much on the mid game, especially with Kanan drawing a lot of his spells. There was a certain help from double drawing into the Mountain Goats, which helps stave off the aggression, but really Scouts is really favored against the Lee Sin deck, especially a version running the Stony Suppressor, which taxes, puts 1 more mana on all of your spells, and it's going to be hard to come back from an unanswered Misfortune and a Stony Suppressor on the board. And of course, the game 1 as well was really quick because Teemo was also unanswered.
Yeah, so that game ended a little bit too quickly, but hey, we got another game from the top 16 for you guys, and yeah, we're just gonna jump over to Adele, I assume. He's one of the players all the way from Philippines representing Team Tyrants. I think this is Zero Infinity's homeboy over here.
Yeah, Adele here coming in with a... I think this deck is... some sort of Veiled Temple sort of invoke deck. He has the Fangs already on the board. I'm not sure. It says match 2 set 2, but I'm not sure if that is accurate. It might be. We have on the side of his opponent, he has the Pirates. So I just got confirmation that this is already the second game, and he is on the MFGP Pirates, I assume. But Fangs now looking spicy with 7-6 already on a stat line, and it's going to have a great effect here for the aggressive deck moving forward. A Spell Shield also tacked onto that Fangs, and it's gonna give Adele here so much padding going into the later rounds.
Yeah, as of right now, we got news that currently Medieval is leading 1-0 against Kanan at this point of time, and this is game number 2. As of right now, Adele. And Adele actually went for the star shaping, healing himself back up, so health is of essence for Adele over here. So attacking with the Fang for just 7 damage, he could heal himself back up to 19. I think if Adele ever is able to control this matchup, he might be able to just win just over here with just the Fang itself is going to carry him the game.
Yeah, dude, as you were talking, I was literally taken aback. He went from 7 HP all the way back to 20 HP with just on the back of Star Shaping and the attack from the Fangs. We're gonna see an ignition here coming down that was generated from the bot, and now Asleep with the Fishes on the side of Medieval going into the Captain Firen for 2 more damage. He does have a Moonlight Affliction in hand to stop the Firen from getting in with overwhelmed damage if he manages to do anything. Well, actually, it's not gonna matter much because he doesn't have a small creature left in hand. He does have the Scourge for the next turn, but I'm concerned about how much damage the Medieval here can put out with Triple Decimate in hand, Asleep with the Fishes. There is a Gangplank as well, and Zap Spray Fin for his side, and Asleep with the Fishes now going another time onto the Captain Firen, bringing Adele down to 16 HP.
Yeah, as of right now, 16 is not exactly where Adele wants to be, but at the same time, Medieval is not exactly going in for the combat as well. So if Medieval actually chooses to go for the attack, that being said, Adele has the opportunity to heal back 9 more additional health from the Fang as well. And looking at Adele's hand over here, he has that Moonlight Affliction. He could, if Medieval actually has low as about 2 creatures or less, or 2 units on his board, he might be able to just go for a swing and then finish off the game as well, including with the Scourge. That's going to be so massive from Adele for the next turn. But over here we see the Pirate aggro going in for the aggression, choosing not to attack with the Captain Firen, but just the Zap Spray Fin just to pinch Adele down just by a little.
Really, this is a big draw coming from the Zap Spray Fin. He picks up a Noxian Fervor, and if Adele blocks wrong here, he is going to take a lot of damage because he is not going to heal up from his Fangs on the board if he decides to go for if he decides to block something less than 3 or 4 HP. Now, it's going to be 4 HP now because of the barrel now coming down from the leveled up Gangplank. So it's gonna be tough here. If he blocks wrong, he is going to get denied out of the healing through the use of Noxian Fervor.
Yeah, so Adele really has to respect that Noxian Fervor as well. And this attack coming in from a Medieval is so huge, it's gonna be so massive. And looking at Adele's hand right now, there's probably a way to actually deal with that Noxian Fervor. If he ever chooses to, he could just go for get excited and just remove that Noxian Fervor to deny the Noxian Fervor. But what Adele needs right now is healing, and healing. And at this point, at this rate, Medieval is actually pushing in with so much damage. It seems like Adele is in so much trouble as well.
Yeah, this is what I was saying a while ago. If Adele blocks wrong here, but the attack from Medieval was actually really good, front loading a lot of the damage, so Adele has to block early. And now the Fangs goes for a block on to the Jack the Winner, but now we see coming into play the Noxian Fervor on the side of Medieval, and now it's going to deny all the healing air coming in from the Fangs. He is considering a Get Excited somewhere, and I don't think, is there a way to save him from getting from 16 bits of damage, because there is how much damage coming on to now. So from the barrel and
17,
the
18,
Gangplank
19.
attack, 2, 3 plus 8 coming from the Firen, that's 11, 12, 13, 14, and then I think this is exactly 20 damage, right?
Yeah, yep, exactly. As of right now, Adele has no answer to what is coming from Manival. I think that is gonna be GG for Adele. There's no way that he could heal. There's no way that he could save himself from this amount of damage coming in. And there we have, the Baron going in, doing 8, and then there is the Gangplank doing 6 as well. That is gonna be lethal, and Medieval is going into the top 8, taking down Adele in the top 16, in the round of top 16 as well. Dude, every strong player is just going down, and just gonna see, how strong these players are, and the aggressive deck is just winning it today, Zero.
Yeah, that was a really good order of attack. And actually, I think it's Adele that had one game, so it's now 1-1. So we are going to see a third game for whoever is going. We're going to find out who's moving into top 8. But yeah, the attack there coming from Medieval was really nice, and as well, actually, the MVP of that attack there was the Noxian Fervor coming in from the Zap Strafid, being able to deny all the healing coming in from the Fangs, because it was really a huge heal, right? With the Veiled Factory in the Veiled Temple, I think that was like 11 HP healing coming in from the Fangs, and it wouldn't have been enough to stave off the it would have been enough to stave off the damage coming in from the Pirate Burn. And now we're going to see who is going to win game, who is going to win the third game and finally move on going into the top 8. And now we have a Wraiths on the side of, I think it's switched here with Medieval playing Wraiths, and Adele is playing the Veiled Temple Aphelios deck, so with PNZ. And now an early start here for Medieval, going into the Hapless Aristocrat into the Cursed Ravenous Butcher, right? For 4 damage on turn 1, that has to be painful.
Yeah, I mean, look at this deck right here. It's all about fearsome. It's all about attack. It's all about a really, really early game aggression. And Adele's head is just slightly slower, but if he ever pulls off the Fang at the right moment, I think that is going to change the game for Adele. The Fang is going to heal him so much damage, and all he has to do is just control Medieval's bot slightly, and he could be able to be a little bit more comfortable moving forward as well. And there we see a Dehu Endure from Medieval. Adele actually has the Hush to actually answer to the Endure as well. But looking at his hand, 3 Endures with it's just gonna be so aggressive in the late game as well. So I think Medieval is kind of cool and chill at this point of time. He just want his unit to be traded off with Adele, and then finish off with a Dehu Endure with an Atrocity. That could be his game plan moving forward too.
Yeah, I think the Endure this early isn't exactly what Medieval is looking for, especially that I think only 1 creature has died as of yet, and that is the Hapless Aristocrat during the turn 1. Of course, there is going to be some block here coming in from Adele's side, possibly blocking one of the 3/2s with the Mountain Goat, and we are going to see Solari Priestess invoke a card here in just a second, and he is picking up Meteor Shower, and that's going to take care of 2 more creatures on the side of Medieval. And he has a choice here if he wants to chump block with the Solari Priestess to save off some 3 HP, because you need to be saving HP at this point with the Myth Straight decks being so aggressive. Of course, Adele doesn't have a clue that he is quite brick with triple Endure this early into the game, and I think we are going to see a drop with the Fangs on this turn to try and catch up some HP, and a crucial Stalking Shadows here coming in from Medieval, and that's going to help him find some more creatures for the early game to start pumping up his Dehu Endures. And he picks up a Stalking Shadows, but it comes up quite a dud with Ravenous Butcher being the only choice there, and he picks up another Atrocity. This is an atrocious hand from Medieval, but Adele here doesn't have a lot of answers as well. Opting to pass the last turn was, I think, quite questionable. Would you have passed in that situation, Moonboy?
Well, at that situation, passing over there might not be too ideal. You're a little bit behind against your opponent. So what you want to do is you might want to catch up just a little. As of this point, he could go for the Aphelios and then go for that Calibrum if he ever chooses to, just to control a little bit more on Medieval's side of the board. But have seeing two Stalking Shadow firing off by Medieval, but at the same time not seeing him putting down any units now is a little bit fishy. But at the same time, he has to respect that Medieval's game plan is that he wants his unit to be sacrificed, he wants his units dead, and he has to be a little bit more careful on combat as well, so that he doesn't really build a really huge They Who Endure. As looking at his hand right now, Adele has no way of handling an Endure. He has no Hush or any sort of hard removal for this Endure, so he has to play. Maybe he's playing just a little bit slightly more conservative at this point of time, and a Vigor immediately going for that Aphelios, taking out their Butcher. And as we know, Medieval at this point, he has no way to play that Butcher in his hand, and the Endure is just so far away from being placed down at the moment. Adele has to capitalize on this moment and just go all in, go wide, and just finish off Medieval before the Endure comes down.
Yeah, and I think Adele has a good read here on his opponent's hand, because you're actually right. You talked about it being fishy on turn 4 that the Endure player didn't develop anything, so that has to give you an idea of what the Endure player has in his hand. So it's probably a couple of spells, or like a lot sacrifice creature, like something like Ravenous Butcher that we see in hand. But you might also be guessing that he has Blighted Caretaker, but he can't put it down because there are no good targets. Medieval here draws, of course, an Unspeakable Horror, and that's not gonna do much because he can't actually trigger the Nightfall, because Ravenous Butcher has to come down with a target creature, sacrificing a creature on your own board. And Adele recognizes that now, I think, and he goes for a much more greedier play with Severum going onto the Aphelios, and he is going to heal for 7 here, going up all the way back to 20 HP. Medieval here on 13, he can put down an Endure, but it's not gonna be super impactful in this situation, because I think the Endure is around 4-4 or 5-5 if I'm not mistaken, and another Unspeakable Horror unfortunately going into Medieval's hand, and it's again like the situation the previous turn. He is not able to proc that cleanly, and the first Endure now comes down. It's a little bit tiny, not how we are used to seeing this card come into the game. Usually we see it 10 plus power, we see it at 5-5. It's not threatening at all, and we Adele here just going to use a Gravitum, and it's gonna stun the They Who Endure. And are you going to use he's probably going to use Unspeakable Horror, one of Adele's creatures, just to hopefully get or fish a creature from Unspeakable Horror to play into the game. And a Doom Beast now coming in from the card generation of Unspeakable Horror.
Yeah, as of right now, Adele actually went for a full attack with Medieval having so much mana open, and he actually tested for a I kind of just tell Medel that he has no Vengeance in his hand right now, so all his game plan is just going to go wide. He already has the stun on that They Who Endure. He is not going to go for an attack the next turn as well. So here we see Adele driving such a huge board moving forward. It's going to be what, 6, 9, 10, 12 damage coming in from Adele, and he also has that Mystic Shot in his hand as well, so that's gonna be lethal. And a gem coming in, and the open attack over here is gonna be so huge for Adele. And knowing that Medieval has no answer for this board, we are likely to see an Atrocity, but no, he's going in for the full attack, and it's gonna be GG with just a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, that was a huge attack with the Gravitum onto the They Who Endure, and now he goes for a full attack, bringing Medieval all the way down to 1 HP. Yasuo emote now coming from Adele. There is a Unspeakable Horror, but that's not going to be enough for 2 damage going into the Nexus from this Mystic Shot. He does do the Unspeakable Horror onto the Cobra there, but it's just exactly putting him down at 0 HP. And yeah, unfortunately, Medieval didn't draw so well there, if you would agree with me, Moonboy. There was triple Endure, double Atrocity in hand. He had a chance, actually, with the Stalking Shadows coming in around turn 7 or 6, I think.
Mhm,
But he drew a dud as well there, and that is heartbreaking to see. He drew only the Ravenous Butcher, and with no targets on the battlefield left, there was really not much of a choice there but to watch Adele go in for a ton of damage with the wide board.
Yeah, so as we see, right, we know that this is a card game. Even though the They Who Endure is kind of a little bit more favored towards what Adele actually brought onto the table today. RNG is all part of randomness is all part of this game, and drawing darts after darts after darts is just unfortunate for Medieval in this lineup. And we see two Stalking Shadows actually failed him just like that. As usually in the Endure deck, there are so many units in the board, but he failing just two Stalking Shadow is just so low of a percentage of it happening, and it kind of happened to Medieval, and it's really, really unfortunate to see him. But on the bright side, we have to see Adele qualify to the next round of top 8, which is really, really tough, and it's gonna get tougher from here for Adele at this point.
Yeah, moving on to the later rounds, going all the way to the grand finals, it's going to be a challenge much more than the last round, since players here are looking to play as cleanly as possible, and I hope their draws are really good as well. And of course, yeah, the Stalking Shadows there was really unfortunate. He already had a couple of spells in hand, right? He had the Atrocity in hand, and he already had a copy of Stalking Shadows. I think he had a Glimpse Beyond as well during the earlier round, and it was really such low of a chance to break with just the Ravenous Butcher as one of your choices, and it was really painful to see. But then here we see also a good read from Adele on the turn 4, as I mentioned, that knowing that the Endure player didn't play anything on turn 4, you're going to feel it, that you can start pressuring him. You have turned the matchup upside down. You are now the aggressive deck, and realizing that he is the beatdown in that situation, he would be going in for an aggressive game plan moving forward, and that's exactly what he did to win that match.
Yeah, that's what you say, right? Like Adele is good in the sense whereby he is able to sense when his deck is actually bricked. There is no way that Medieval could progress aggressively, as he's the most aggressive deck. So as the aggressor is going down, Adele would be a little bit fishy, and I think that is where he catch on, and he knew that, hey, Medieval is actually bricked, and I have to go wide. I have to take this opportunity, as I have almost exact lethal with what I have in my resources, and Adele actually took it. And there we see, that is the level of play. I mean, if he would play another way around, play a little bit more safe, it might actually bite him in the back, as all we see in Medieval's hand over here. We have the Callista that he drew into the Callista. He drew into another unit as well. So Medieval has lots of ways to counter react to what Adele actually has if the game actually dragged on, and it might actually swing back into Medieval's favor, as he could develop back his board, and at the same time with 2 more Endures in his hand and 2 Atrocities in his hand as well, he might be able to just flip it around, swing with the Endure, and then finish off with the Atrocity as well.
Yeah, and there it is a quite interesting deck choice coming in from both players, right? We haven't seen a lot of Veiled Temple with an Aphelios paired with PNZ during most tournaments. We have seen him mostly with either Twisted Fate in the or Lee Sin, and this is a much less popular choice coming into the top cut, as well as They Who Endure is also quite a, how would I say this, curious deck decision, with all the Hush running around and Gravitum being a thing from Aphelios. Do you think that They Who Endure is one of those decks that could be poised to make a comeback in the tournament meta?
Well, I mean, on the ladder meta and the tournament meta is totally different, right, Zero? And as we see over here, you are able to select what you want to face, basically with the ban phases before the game actually starts itself. So you could actually ban the deck that could make the game into your favor, as we see over here, Endure is really weak against Targon with like Hush, with like Gravitum and things like that. And it also a little bit weak to what Teemo S0 actually has on the table as well. With Freezers, we could counter your Atrocity or even an Ionia. Like knowing Ionia with like the counter spells and things like that. So knowing what you're weak against, you could swing the favor in like the game to your favor by just banning whatever that is bad against your game plan. So I think in the tournament meta, Endure will always be one of the decks that players would actually think about and say that, hey, this actually could work in my favor if I ban and choose the right lineup that I'm gonna face against. And I think over here Medieval actually did it really well. It's just unfortunate that he bricked, but if everything goes smooth, he might actually be the player that actually went through just because of the deck lineup and just because of the choices of decks that he ran against Adele.
Yeah, and now we're closing off this segment. We are going to go for another game for you guys. We have Mr. Bear finally on stream, and we are going to jump into that match. I think he is up against Daph, and it is a Lee Sin mirror, if I'm correct. Am I looking at this correct, Moonboy?
Yeah, it does look like the Lee Sin mirror with both of the Zoe level up. But as of right now, I think looking at the bot state right now, Mr. Bear has to close off the game as fast as possible, or else that Lee Sin is just gonna be going for the OTK this round as well. So it all comes down to what Mr. Bear is gonna do, and if Mr. Bear is not careful, we might be looking at the end of this round number 2 against these two players. And Mr. Bear being the number 1 seed in the top 32 as well, dropping down the Great Beyond immediately. I think Daph actually has the answer to do with this Great Beyond.
Bro, I don't even know what to talk about here in this board state. There's a Veiled Temple here for Mr. Bear. There is a leveled up Lee Sin. There is a leveled up Zoe on both sides. There is elusives galore in this board state. There are spell shields on the side of Mr. Bear. A Great Beyond is going for an attack here, but this is quite insane with the whole board of the opponent as well being elusive. I think he was going for a nice clean attack there, going for all his creatures with elusive, right? But then it gets completely denied by the Sparkle Fly coming down from Daph, giving his own units lifelink and the elusive keyword as well. And it looks like we're in for a longer matchup. There could be ways to end it here, as Mr. Bear doesn't have the Hush for the Lee Sin, but he does have a concussive bomb that can go onto the Lee Sin as it attacks. And Daph here doesn't have the answer for that. Mr. Bear is actually up 1 game, and it's great to talk about him here. He is one of the most consistent tournament players in Southeast Asia. Very good on ladder as well. I think he finished rank 4 this season, or rank 3 if I am not mistaken, and he has been on the top of the ladder a couple of times, and I personally played with him so much on ladder, and I can really confirm that he is one of the best players from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so Daph here going for the Dragon's Rage onto the Great Beyond as well. Not forgetting, Mr. Bear actually top deck into a very crucial card all the way to the right of his hand. It's gonna be a homecoming for Mr. Bear. It's gonna just bounce that Lee Sin back to Daph's hand, not allowing it to go for the Dragon's Rage. Neither is it gonna get that overwhelm damage as well. This is gonna be so huge for this combo. It's gonna swing everything back to Mr. Bear's favor. He could even like drop the messenger over here just to draw another card, and he has a Hush. That is so huge for Mr. Bear. I think if Mr. Bear needs to just find that one copy of Lee Sin, or he could even just drop that Scourge the next turn to close off the game. I think Mr. Bear is kind of comfortable. He has all the utility cards that he's looking for. Mr. Bear is really comfortable, and Karma, it seems like Mr. Bear is going for Karma instead of Lee Sin in this matchup.
Oh, so this is a Karma Zoe deck. We didn't previously see it here in the tournament, and I think this is one of those decks that really does well into the late game. And great pickup there, Mason. seeing the homecoming in the hand of Mr. Bear. I actually missed that with everything going on the board, and it's great that you pointed out that there is a homecoming to bounce back the Lee Sin and completely deny the Dragon's Rage as well as the attack on the Lee Sin. But the huge thing there was taking out all the buffs out of Lee Sin. There is no more Overwhelm on the Lee Sin. There is no more Lifelink on the Lee Sin. And now we are going to see an attack with the Scourge, pulling everything that Daph has on the board, giving everything +2/+2. There is a deep meditation on the side of Daph, and he could draw into a Hush or something, but I think that is not going to be enough, especially with the Great Beyond here, 1711. This is a huge attack, giving everything +2/+2 and Overwhelm, pulling back the lifelink units all the way to the back of the line in the attack position. There he does pick up though a concussive bomb, but it is absolutely crucial that a lot of the creatures here has spell shield, so it's not going to affect them. And there are no other spells that can target them to try and get rid of the spell shield. So it looks like this attack is just gonna get through. And I haven't counted yet, but it might be lethal, wouldn't it?
Well, we got 15 going in from the Great Beyond, 2 from the Zoe, and 1 from the Feng. I don't think it's gonna be enough at this point of time, but bringing Daph down to 4, having the Hush in hand, I think Mr. Bear is gonna be really, really comfortable. As of right now, Daph has no way to remove any form of creature. Neither is he gonna able to stun the next combat coming in from the Great Beyond as well. So I think Mr. Bear right here is just so comfortable. He has the Karma. If he ever chooses to have more value, but at this point, I think the Karma is just not gonna be important in this matchup. And looking at Daph's hand right now, he's running low on options. He has nothing much to respond to Mr. Bear. I think Mr. Bear actually kind of swing everything to his favor with just this combat by itself.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that Scourge had Overwhelm, sorry. That Scourge had Overwhelm as well. But yeah, it only has the Challenger Keyword. It only gives the other creatures +2/+2. So the Lee Sin here now is going to take care of the Scourge immediately. And Bear here not going to opt for any tricks to save his Scourge. He has a much more advantageous hand here with the Living Legends already going down for Mr. Bear. He has a couple of choices here. He does have a Supernova, but he might be respecting Deny depending on what he wants to do. He might go for a the Destroyer play here. That's huge, man. 16-7 Overwhelm. It gives everyone else spell shield again. If they could double up spell shields, they could.
Yeah, so I mean, look at this board right here. Mr. Bear is in such a commanding lead. Not having the Scourge is not too much of a problem. And here we see the Living Legends actually got himself that Great Beyond, and he actually refused his mana back up to 10 as well. So Mr. Bear is so comfortable at this point of time, where nothing could stop the spell shield from going down, other than the Hush into a concussive palm. That is probably one of the ways that he could do it. But I think, Mr. Bear actually has a Hush on himself as well. So I think Mr. Bear is just so comfortable. This particular attack itself is just going all in. And Mr. Bear taking the whole series, keeping his #1 seed, moving on to top 8 himself. 2-0 win over Dark with Zoe Karma. Wow.
Yo, man. Honestly, very exciting players here moving on into the top 8. Mr. Bear being one of the best players in Southeast Asia, moving on to the top 8. Adele as well, considered one of the very best in Southeast Asia, also moving on to the top 8. We could see them in grand finals, and that might be a doozy of a matchup if they don't meet earlier in the bracket. But yeah, man, there was so much going on in that match the last match that we spectated, and it's really a testament to how great these players are, keeping track of all the information that is on the board, keeping track of all the options that they have moving forward. And Bear there didn't rush into any win cons. He knows he was in a comfortable spot, as you were saying, so he didn't have to rush anything. He just didn't have to lose and start snowballing the game. He didn't even try to save his Scourge because he knew that he had so much more resources than his opponent. He didn't need to do anything to get blown out by any combat trick he would have done onto the Lee Sin. And I think that's really a key to being a really good player moving on into these later rounds.
Yeah, and there's a few couple of plays coming in from Mr. Bear, where he actually respects his opponent, the options that his opponent actually has. He could actually go for that Supernova and just clear off that 2 last units in his opponent's board, and then he could just go for a full swing for a clean win after that as well. But he has to really respect the deny as well, so therefore holding back that Supernova, playing the Destroyer, knowing that the Destroyer wouldn't be removed. So at that point of time, both players, we get to see the high level that Mr. Bear is actually playing and the respect that he has for his opponent in this high stakes competition. So I think without further ado, we will be moving forward for a short break as well. So we will be back the best of 8, and Excelsior will be back onto the casting table with Zero Infinity on the top 8 as well. So thanks so much for joining us, and we will be right back. Stay tuned, guys.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to the 2021 Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament. We are already into the top 8, and we are going to witness a lot of amazing matches here moving forward. And I am really excited to get this next matchup going. But here with me again is Excelsior, man. How are you doing today, bro?
I'm doing well, Zero Infinity. Nice to see you again, and of course, nice to be back for the top 8 matches. I'm really, really excited. As I've seen in the previous matches that you were casting with Moonboy, there are a lot of epic plays from our players and a lot of comeback. There are a lot of comeback kings. It's not a straight 2-0 right there. Just 1-1, 1-0, 1-1, and then 2-1 comeback. So anyway, we have to move on to the top 8. These are all great players, but who are we casting for today, Zero Infinity?
Yeah, we are looking at Tanya Wannabe and versus Noodle. Tanya Wannabe all the way from Malaysia and Noodle coming in from Singapore, and they have brought Noodle, especially as we go into his deck tech later on. He is bringing a really aggressive lineup here, just trying to smork out everyone else into the competition, smork his way to that $10,000 grand prize. And I expect it to be one of the quickest matchups that we are going to see on stream today, while Tanya Wannabe is going to be bringing in some more controlling decks, and we'll see if he can weather the storm coming in from all the aggression from Noodle's lineup.
That's right, and right now we're looking at Tanya Wannabe's decks. We are seeing right now a bunch of mixed decks right here. One aggro and 2 other controlish type of deck. We have Theophilios, Fiora Shen, and Draven Darius decks right there. And as you said, it's going to be kind of a toss-up between the 2 decks, Theophilios and Fiora Shen, for Noodle to ban here. And what do you think about that kind of which are you gravitating towards in terms of banning here in Tanya Wannabe's lineup?
It's actually pretty hard to determine which he is going to be. Noodle is going to be banning. There is the possibility of getting Fiora Shen banned out because you don't want to deal with the Fiora level up and the Fiora Wincon, as well as a couple of copies of Spirit Refuge if he has that. But there is also the consideration of banning out the TF Aphelios deck just because of the power level. It also has focuses on a lot of healing. But Noodle here now with his lineup, as I mentioned a while ago, he is bringing a lot of aggression into the top 8 with Discard Aggro, one of the more aggressive favorites. He has the TF Fizz, and what is this? Is that Go Hard? If I'm wait. I think there is a discrepancy here on the screen with 2 TF decks. I think one of his decks wasn't correct there. But we are spectating here into the Tanya Wannabe's deck, and we are going to see his Draven Darius Overwhelm deck. And this has been a popular choice to combat against TF Fizz because TF Fizz has a lot of small creatures and they are not going to block so well into huge overwhelm creatures.
That's right, and this is going to be one of the forces that Noodle has to face, or may choose to face, because this is kind of a bit more manageable aside from the polarizing decks in the first two decks of the Tanya Wannabe. And again, as you said, this is actually going to be as the match progresses, there's going to be bigger and bigger units on the board of Tanya Wannabe, and that's going to be a bit hard to deal with if you have smaller minions on your side. And you can see here on Noodle's decks, we have here the TF Fizz. TF Fizz, do you use this, Moonboy? Do you use this Zero Infinity? Because this is very, very popular in the ladder meta right now, as well as the tournament meta.
Yeah, J01 really created a monster in this deck. I think he was the first ones to pilot Fizz Twisted Fate, and since then the community has refined it into a much more powerful state. Now it's just so hard to deal with small creatures backed up by a lot of card draw. This deck looks into leveling up Twisted Fate as early as possible, and of course there is the possibility of Fizz into turn 2 suit up, which is almost unmanageable for a lot of decks. And there is a lot of protection going to Fizz. Even at 0 mana, they can can use a Poro Cannon to start to protect Fizz from any removal that your opponent can have in their hand. And the recent addition coming in with the Aphelios patch was stress testing, which allows you to draw additional cards, giving your Twisted Fate a much more consistency in leveling up. You can discard it to Poro Cannon or to Rummage, and it's going to be tough for your opponent to keep up with that much card value.
That's right. And from what we see here, a lot of creators use or promote a certain deck. Then at the end, or around 1 to 2 weeks, the community just polishes it and it submits it into a perfect deck that can actually give you a golden bullet while going into ladder. And of course, as you're seeing right here, it's also very effective getting into the tournament scene. So we are really going in to a very crucial moment right here. Top 8 guys. That means a lot of these players have gone through the ranks and now they're here on the top 8. And in terms of the gameplay right here, I'm expecting a bit of a fast matchup between Noodle and Tanya Wannabe because of all the aggro cards or the aggro decks that Noodle has brought up here. What do you think about that, Zero Infinity?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a quick matchup, depending on how Tanya Wannabe can weather the storm against the aggression, especially against discard aggro. Things can get really dicey really fast, and we have on the board now TF Fizz on the side of Noodle, and Fiora Shen not getting banned out here on the side of Tanya Wannabe, and he is going to be queuing that first, and we are in for an exciting matchup. Fiora not exactly in the hand of Tanya Wannabe yet. There is no sharp sight, and that is going to be crucial into blocking the early elusive units coming in from the TF Fizz deck. And an early attack now from the Green Decker. There is a Poro Cannon in hand. There is double pick a card. We are just looking for the crucial parts now, such as Twisted Fate and Fizz, to start the aggression going.
That's right. I'm very surprised that the Fiora Shen, which is one of the harder decks to deal with in Tanya Wannabe's lineup, is not banned. But as of the moment, it's still going to be Owen Noodle's side if he's going to go a bit more aggressive as of the moment, considering that he does not have a lot of minions on board, a lot of spells, or a lot of spells on his hand, and there are 2 fleeting spells as of the moment. There you go, Poro Cannon is going in, and I think he has a lot of choices in terms of getting more elusives in terms of the Daring Poros, but again, Zero Infinity, there are a lot of choices for the Fiora Shen deck to react to those small minions, right?
Yeah, they have a couple of opportunities with Sharp Sight as well as single combat, and of course the challenger units from the Fiora Shen deck, and that is going to be key into keeping at bay all these elusive units, because you want to be getting them off the board as quick as possible, because you don't want to bleed every turn from their damage. And of course you have to respect that Mind Meld in the later turns. If he has a lot of elusive units on the board, it's going to be a problem for you if you don't have that deny coming into that Mind Meld turn. But Noodle here, thinking that he needs to provide himself more options, so he in the last turn he went for a pick a card, and now he gets not so good. I think he was fishing for, of course, a Fizz, and he is going for a Poro Cannon now, and that is key interaction here. The bot actually levels up from all the elusive Poros that comes out from the Poro Cannon, and that adds to the aggression of the TF Fizz. And now we see a suit up timely here into the hand of Noodle, and he has a choice here to make if he wants to use it this early for the discount, or he can use it later on as a combat trick. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of elusive units now coming down and pumping up that bot, and giving Noodle such a good early presence into the game.
That's right, and we are seeing here that kind of interaction that you said a while ago, Zero Infinity, is very interesting, considering that the Ballistic bot will have extra +1 attack from each Daring Poro. Very nice interaction right there. And right now, he's trying to just develop the board, and The suit up was nowhere inside. Oh, did it get negated, or was it not used?
I think he used pick the card on the suit up in the previous
Yeah, okay.
turn, opting to use it for later on in the rounds. What's crucial here though is that the Burble Fish is all the way down to 1 mana, and the Burble Fish could go down all the way to 0 mana right now. With Iterative Improvement in hand, that could be a huge swing turn here for Noodle. What's unfortunate is one of the pick cards actually picked up a Iterative Improvement earlier on, I think in the 2 turns ago, but it wasn't. But since it's fleeting, it's gone now, and that's going to be one less Iterative Improvement to copy this Burble Fish for an aggressive swing turn.
Right, and we can see this Burble Fish that has been in the previous round 32 matches very, very crucial in dealing more damage. Iterative Improvement is also going to get a copy, and there you see that this starts to level up, giving him a lot more options. And you can see another Burble Fish going there. This is going to be very, very crucial again in dealing more face damage against Tanya Wannabe, and he goes all in. This is probably the best way to get in all the damage and to get it quick against the Tanya Wannabe's deck, right? Zero Infinity.
Yeah, that was a crucial turn there. That was huge damage coming in from Noodle. That was, I think, 3, 6, 10, 11 damage all the way onto attacked onto the Nexus. And there is another Ignition going down for 1 more damage. And of course, Tanya Wannabe here has a couple of options to start healing back up. He has double Spirit Refuge and Shen now coming into hand, but he is really fishing for that sharp side so he can block the next turn. And he might just get that through the River Shaper. River Shaper is also one of the key cards into the Fiora Shen deck, especially when you can protect it with barrier multiple times. It's going to draw you a lot of spells and give you a lot of options going into the mid and late game. And now he has a choice here of who he wants to drag, the Screeching Dragon, and he is thinking about that Augmented Bot. But I think the cleaner play here is just to try and get rid of all the elusives in play right now.
That's right. I agree with you. You have to remove a lot of the elusives, considering that your hand doesn't have a lot of single point attacks or spells to deal with those elusives, right? There's supposed to be like a single combat that can deal with the elusives, and but now you can see Spirit's Refuge going down to the Screeching Dragon to have lifesteal and of course barrier as well. This is going to be very, very effective in bringing up the health of Tanya Wannabe up to 10 while dealing at least 5 damage into the Nexus of Noodle. Okay, so this is going to be the crucial turn just to gain more health for your Nexus to further prolong the game and possibly just gain the advantage over Noodle in this match.
Yeah, and Noodle here has a choice. He has the Mystic Shot in hand, recognizing that he can be able to take down the Screeching Dragon if he does go for the Mystic Shot on it. But Tanya Wannabe here has the exact answer. Notify now going in. I assume he's going to use it, and he does put it onto the Mystic Shot, denying that barrier from getting popped, and it's going to take out this Augmented Bot, which is already huge, coming in from all the Ignition and all the elusive the Daring Poros that were cast previously in the turn. And he also has an option to use the Relentless Pursuit, and he will be able to heal up 5 more HP coming in from the Screeching Dragon. If he wants to squeeze out the 1-turn lifesteal coming in from the Spirit Refuge, he can use a Relentless Pursuit here, and it wouldn't be that bad of a play to get you up all the way back to 15 HP.
That's right, and I was just thinking about the Relentless Pursuit being a viable option to use right here, just to maximize the Spirit's Refuge to bring you up back to 15 HP and to bring the Screeching Dragon up to 6-5, if assuming that it doesn't go contested. But probably, of course, he will just challenge one of the units here. But in terms of the units, which one do you think is best to challenge as of the moment? Zero Infinity.
Yeah, you just get rid of the 4-2 right now. And honestly, I think Tanya Wannabe would have been more hesitant to cast the Relentless Pursuit if Noodle was on 4 mana, because if he did cast the Relentless Pursuit and Noodle was on 4 mana, he could just go for a Golden Card, Twisted Fate, and that would just deny
Yes.
the healing coming in from the dragon. But he tapped out of the range of Twisted Fate, and I think he got a little bit impatient there. He could just have passed there, and there would be a nice open attack for him with 3, 6, 7, 8, and 4 more coming in from the Burblefish that was buffed from the iterative improvement. That would have been 12 damage already. So I think it was not the best play for him to put down the Daring Coral. He could have saved 1 mana just to threaten the Twisted Fate, and just because he didn't do that, Tanya Wannabe there got a free Relentless Pursuit, healing him up for another 6 HP, and now Noodle is a lot further from closing out this game.
That's right. It used to be that Noodle was dealing so much damage, and now with that just one turn coming from Tanya Wannabe, he just maximized the lifesteal from Spirit's Refuge, and of course he dealt a specific significant amount of damage towards the units of Noodle. So now, instead of having a bunch of Burble Fishes that are dealing so much elusive damage against Tanya Wannabe, Tanya Wannabe is now looking that he can actually deal with all these minions on the board. Especially, you can see that he has Concerted Strike and, of course, Riposte on his side. So what do you think about that, Zero Infinity?
Yeah, I think that was quite a disciplined play coming in from Tanya Wannabe. He doesn't want to top out of Deny mana or the Notify mana. He is representing both Notify and Deny with 6 mana on the board, and the Noodle here has to get excited, but he must be thinking about if it's going to get denied or notified, especially with all the draw coming in from River Shaper. So it was a really disciplined play not to fire off the Concerted Strike there, so he could deny the Get Excited from going into his face. And Noodle here trying to close out the game with a Get Excited, but a deny coming out right out from Tanya Wannabe. That's gonna deny the 3 damage coming in, and it's going to be crucial to get this game still moving forward. There is another Spirit Refuge in hand, and he has a couple of choices here. He could go for the Cythria or the Shen, coupled with a Spirit Refuge to pad his life total. And I think it's going to be Cythria, and it's going to be hard for him to deal with a lot of these fearsome creatures now on the board. But he has the Twisted Fate for the gold card, and it's gonna possibly stop the Cythria from giving everybody else fearsome.
That's right, and that's actually a good insight from the previous turn right there, having the discipline to just block off or possibly think of a possible closing option from his opponent. And right now, Cythria the Bold gets stunned by the gold card using the Twisted Fate, and the Twisted Fate also gets reeled in to deal more damage. Let's see if Tanya Wannabe will be using the Spirit's Refuge to gain more health as of the moment. But let's see how Noodle is going to try and block this off. Oh, the crucial minions are going to get hit right here. And let's take note that Twisted Fate can actually die if the Green Glade Caretaker gets buffed up, if one of the units gets upgraded or buffed with a Riposte or a Spirit's Refuge.
Yeah, it's getting dangerous here. Even with the Spirit's Refuge, both of the Green Glade Caretakers are going to get pumped up +2/+0. So yeah, great catch there. The Twisted Fate is going to go down after one of these spells are cast here by Tanya Wannabe. But of course, I think the cleanest play here is just to go for the Spirit's Refuge on the dragon, try to get that out of the way, and maybe Noodle here can fish for something like a Mystic Shot and try to deny the lifelink coming in from the Screeching Dragon, but he doesn't go for a Rummage trying to fish for that Mystic Shot, and he just does what Tanya Wannabe here is just going to get 6 more HP. And I don't know, would you have gone for a riskier play there to try and fish for the Mystic Shot?
I would actually go for a riskier play right there, Zero Infinity, because if I was going to go and play to win, I would have gone with the Rummage right there and try to get probably a Mystic Shot, or probably if he has more Get Excited right there and finish off the game. But again, these guys know what they're doing, and they're very, very careful as to the turns that they're taking. And up to 9, Tanya Wannabe still hanging on, being the receiver of the aggressor right here, Noodle, down to 6. And is this also going to be important? This is just going to be an additional win condition for Tanya Wannabe, right? With the Mind Meld!
Yo,
Oh my
Mind
gosh.
Meld, dude. Mind Meld now coming down from Noodle, and Deny isn't anywhere in sight
Nope.
for Tanya Wannabe.
Nope.
And dude, I think I gotta check on the Mind
wow.
Meld, and I think it's
Whoa,
10-10,
wow.
and
That's
that's
it.
a scoop from Tanya Wannabe. Not having
That's
the
it.
Deny in hand. Yeah,
That's it.
that's hard. That's going to be 30 damage onto the Nexus. That Mind Meld was huge, and man, that's how we've seen Mind Meld in TF Fizz games. I've personally been on the receiving end of Mind Meld myself, and it just turns games on its head sometimes. Sometimes you're completely losing already, you rip the Mind Meld off the top of the deck, and it just saves you, gets you the win right then and there. Especially not having Deny, that was a crucial turn there for Tanya Wannabe.
That's right, and Noodle just getting the 1 point right there against Tanya Wannabe, and because Tanya Wannabe, of course, wasn't going to, doesn't have any of the choices or the pieces to react to that. And now Tanya Wannabe still goes with the Fiora Shen, and MF Gangplank is going for, is being used now by Noodle for game 2. So in this matchup, still. Again, it's still going to be the aggressor trying to just be proactive for each and every turn, and of course, Tanya Wannabe can still be aggressive in his own right, but it's going to be a bit harder considering that there are a lot of other spells that can be drawn out in this deck.
Yeah, not wasting any time here. Noodle is actually going all in with double 1-drop on the turn, and then Misfortune directly. He is going to attack with the Misfortune here, trying to get rid of the Fiora as soon as possible. Of course, Tanya Wannabe is going to oblige. He doesn't want that Misfortune to stick around on the board for too long, and also because he drew into another Fiora, which is going to be key in this matchup. Triple Fiora now being drawn by Tanya Wannabe, and he might just be looking for a Fiora win con here, because sometimes that's how you turn the aggressive matchup into your favor, is you threaten them with the alternate win condition of Fiora.
That's right, and this is actually a very, very interesting because he already drew the 3 Fioras that he had on deck, and now, as you said, Zero Infinity, that this can actually be the win condition that he's going to be looking for. But I'm very curious why he passed that turn instead of just challenging the Dreadshot course right there.
I'm not too sure what he was going for there. I think he wanted more mana to protect his Fiora investment, so he wanted to put up mana for Riposte or the Spirit's Refuge going into his defensive turn. But here, Noodle is just going to go all in, using up all his mana, putting down all his creatures on the board, and he is going for a full swing here. And I expect Fiora to be trying to drop down either one of the tutus or the Crackshot Corsairs, just to stave off all these damage coming in from Noodle. Of course, the River Shaper is opting to block here as well, going on to one of the 1/2 so he can draw into more spells, possibly a Spirit's Refuge, a Sharp Sight to try and give Fiora a better Spirit Refuge turn. But yeah, man, Noodle here just stepping on the gas.
That's right, Noodle is just keeping on the pressure right there with all of his minions right now. Dreadshot Coursers are going to deal extra 1 damage to the Nexus of Tanya Wannabe. So this is going to be a lot of damage. And the reason why Tanya Wannabe just keeps on choosing which ones are the best for for blocking with Fiora is just because he's probably thinking that he can probably use one of the spells right there to buff up. And there he goes. There it goes. The Riposte goes on towards the River Shaper, thereby protecting it for 1 more turn and another more draw. But Zero Infinity, he goes down. 5 more damage. It's going to go down to 4 more damage. Going to go down to 7. He's very, very near. And considering that the hand of Noodle, there's an extra 4 more damage right there. Oh my gosh, this is so near.
Yeah.
Zero Infinity.
Yeah, Rebel Demolition is here, man. Just directly 4 damage here. The only thing that can stop that is possibly a single combat onto what the Rebel Demolition is going to target. But even that isn't in the hand of Tanya Wannabe here. He is going to fish for it using the River Shaper and Noodle not opting to block. He has double Nopify in hand, but there is nothing to counter in the hand of Noodle right now. So those are practically dead cards as of the moment. And yeah, there is double Spirit Refuge. So I don't think Tanya Wannabe is out just yet because he can heal so much more with double Spirit Refuge here. He goes down for a Cytheria. And if one of the if Cytheria gets a Spirit's Refuge on the next turn, that's going to be 6 HP more onto the side of Tanya Wannabe. And Noodle is just a little bit outside of range because once he goes for the open attack, there is 2 more damage coming in from the Crackshot Corsairs. He's going to be left at 1 HP, and I think the Spirit Refuge is going to be key in this matchup to saving the whole matchup for him.
That's right. The Spirit Refuge is probably gonna save Tanya Wannabe another turn because this is going to deal. This is going to deal 2 more extra damage from the Dreadshot Courser, but the Citadel is going to protect him by gaining Lifesteal for 6 more health. Again, this is going to be a very, very close match. I'm thinking, will a Decimate help if Noodle draws it out, or will it be too late because he's running out of gas fairly quickly?
Yeah, I think a Decimate could definitely help here, but there is the possibility of Relentless Pursuit. So we saw there Tanya Wannabe going for a dance of the blocks, if you might indulge me, and he was really thinking about if he wanted to do another Spirit's Refuge or he was going to keep up Nopify. Because I think there is Noxian Fervor in Noodle's deck, and if he goes for a Noxian Fervor onto the creature blocked by the Spirit's Refuge, that is going to be he needs to have the Nopify open up for that, so he gets the healing back. So opting not to use the Spirit's Refuge on that turn, he uses it for this turn to get 6 more HP, and there is a single combat and a Relentless Pursuit, and I am thinking that he is going to opt for it to get more HP, pad his life total all the way back to 20, and it's gonna give him another a second wind if you know what I mean. And he is going to get 6 more life back all the way back up to 15. And wow, this is looking like a second win here for Tanya Wannabe.
Oh my gosh, that's actually maximizing the cards that he has on his hand, and did just one bold move. He just went back to 20, guys. Oh, that's a really, it's really effective on the side of Tanya Wannabe, maximizing Secure the Bold with Spirit's Refuge, and of course the Lifesteal with also with another turn with Relentless Pursuit. And now he draws out another River Shaper to possibly draw out the other spells that he has on his deck. And Jack is here. He's going to deal more face damage, but Concerted Strike is going to finish him off right then and there.
Yo, another Spirit's Refuge from Tanya Wannabe's side. There is going to be a Relentless Pursuit now coming in from here. He's trying to turn things around, puts Fearsome onto the River Shaper. That River Shaper is gaining him a lot of value. He's going to draw a lot of cards from that. A 1 block going on to Cytheria the Bold, and now Noodle is the one in trouble here. He doesn't have blockers for the next attack. With the River Shaper, he goes immediately for an attack. There is 3 damage. It's been put with Fearsome because of the Cytheria the Bold attack trigger, and that is going to be it here. Noodle going down. Tanya Wannabe makes the run back, making a great comeback with all the Spirit Refuge and making great use of the lifelink mechanic with the single combat Relentless Pursuit on the Cytheria the Bold. That was such a great comeback there, Excelsior.
That's right. The aggressor becomes the oppressed in that matchup. You see, Noodle was very aggressive and during the first few turns, but then again, Then you see Tanya Wannabe just maximize Spirit's Refuge, Citria the Bold, Single Combat, Relentless Pursuit, all those spells that came out from drawing or striking with River Shaper just got maximized and even got him up back to 20 from 6. Anyway, we're going on to the next match, and it's going to be the Darius Draven deck with Tanya Wannabe going with. Oh wait, well yeah, Darius. This is Darius Draven. Yes, this is the Darius Draven deck with Noodle going for the same deck.
Yeah, he is going to try to get this win with the Pirate Burn deck, and Tanya Wannabe has a nice opener here. He can prevent a lot of damage with the Ice Veil Archer on turn 2, and he also has the Yeti early, so it gets discounted as the rounds go, and it's going to be it looks like a toss-up from the mulligan here, and he does go for an Ice Veil Archer onto the 1/1, trying to get that 2/2 attack so he can block it with one of his creatures. And Noodle here does have a nice mid-rangey hand, as well as Tanya Wannabe. So it's going to come up to where who can control the mid game and start dishing out more damage than their opponent.
That's right. Looking at the hand of Noodle right now, he looks like he has a good curve right there, Zero Infinity, because he can draw out a lot more minions. But the problem is, this is going to be open damage coming from Tanya Wannabe, considering that the Fearsome unit is not going to be left uncontested. And there's a Raider right there that's going to be appearing on drawing out from Tanya Wannabe's deck. This is actually a good curve. Do you agree, Zero Infinity, for Noodle?
Yeah, it's a pretty good curve with the smaller units coming into play, and of course Draven already there. He is going to play a huge factor in defense, since a lot of the creatures on board right now are not able to trade with him. So Noodle here is thinking about if he should go for a Spray Fin or he should go for the open attack. Personally, I think the open attack is just much better here, because you can just push in more damage that way, because the Zap Spray Fin wouldn't do a lot for your board state because it's unblockable anyway. And it can, if Tanya Wannabe here goes for development, which he will, it's going to be hard for him to attack with creatures, since now there are going to be 2 favorable blocks now on Tanya Wannabe's side, and that's exactly what happened with the Zap Spray Fin development.
That's right. And when you say favorable attack, this means that there's going to be value trades, and the minions are going to survive, but you're going to kill off a lot of minions in the process, and that's what's happening right now. Red Shot Corsair, House Spider are going out of the match into the graveyard, and you can see the Yeti survives as well as Raven, while developing a lot of axes that can be used in the future turns.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good here for Tanya Wannabe. There is only small creatures on the side of Noodle with like 1 and 2 toughness on the board. If he goes for a GP development, it's going to be difficult for him, because the barrel can just get dragged by one of the overwhelmed creatures. And now it is Tanya Wannabe applying pressure onto Noodle with attack with the Yeti and the Draven. Quick Strike is going to play a big factor here. There is nothing on the board that can trade with the Draven, and you can make a choice of possibly using the Noxian Fervor to try and relieve some of the pressure coming in from Tanya Wannabe's side, but I think that is best reserved for face damage in the future. Since right now in the hand of Noodle, he has around 4, 8, 11, 14 damage already, and if you count the barrel in the count, that is exact lethal with 14 damage on the just with direct damage in the hand of Noodle.
That's right, that's right. This is going to be a lot of direct damage coming from Noodle, and another Decimate is going to be on his hand right now. 2 Noxian Fervors, 2 Decimates. That's a total of 4, 8 plus 6. That's going to be 14 as of the moment. And again, as you said, 15 if you count the keg that's going to be coming from Gangplank. I'm very curious as to how he's going to develop this. Do you want to put in a Gangplank right there and just maximize or just count on the keg, or do you want to just push on more damage? I don't know. This is very hard decision for Noodle.
Honestly, the next turn is going to be Noodle's last turn. There is a Battle Fury in hand. So I think
yeah.
Noodle is just one turn short of finishing the game with direct damage, especially with the Ice Veil Archer. As Gangplank comes down, there is an immediate Ice Veil Archer now going onto the Gangplank, and there is the barrel all the way down there, and he is just, I think an open attack here is the optimal play. Just drag the barrel onto one of your overwhelm units, and you have lethal here with a bunch of axes in hand as well as Battle Fury.
That's right.
And that's going to be hard for Noodle to deal with.
Cut my name into ya.
Right, this is going to be the last turn for Noodle, and he doesn't have any more reactive pieces on his hand as of the moment, considering that he was supposedly the aggressor. Although, of course, Tanya Wannabe is kind of an aggressive, is using kind of an aggressive.
Crying won't do any good. I'm gonna catch you.
Yeah, and Battle Fury here is going to be key in keeping his board in trying to get the win here. But I think there is an out now that I think about it. With double Noxian Fervor available for Noodle here, he is going to be able to snipe one of the creatures if the Battle Fury goes on to a different creature, right? So because that's 7 damage, and I think anything that the Battle Fury goes on to will get killed off by double Noxian Fervor. But opting to play it safe here, he is just going for a axe that is going to be lethal now with 3 damage coming in, 3, 7, 10 damage exact now on the board, and Noodle has to respond.
That's right, and Noodle has to respond. It's going to be very tricky right now. He can go and try to remove some of the opposing forces right there. But again, as you said, Zero Infinity, there is still Battle Fury right there on the side of Tanya Wannabe, which can effectively finish him off. And there you go, Noxian Fervor goes into... There you go! That's the finishing turn right there. More than enough to finish off using the Battle Fury on the Ballista. And that's going to be 2-1 in favor of Tanya Wannabe. Oh, man.
Yeah,
we were expecting quick games a while ago, but yeah, go.
Yeah, I think definitely the axe play there, being really disciplined, just not overextending at all, just giving it the exact lethal, and then waiting for your opponent to react to the lethal play was crucial there, because if he rushed the Battle Fury, it might have been a different story. If he couldn't if the Noxian Fervor went onto the Battle Fury creature, it would have been much harder for him to win.
That's right. And looking, Noodle's still looking at the iterations right now, and it's going to be still a win in favor of Tanya Wannabe. And this is again a Darius Raven deck, and we did see the Darius, but the Draven very well as a champion dealt so much damage in the previous turns, which gave Tanya Wannabe the win. Those axes are just go floating right there. They're not going to be used. Okay, but again, it's going to be utilized at the exact moment that they will be very useful, and that just got Tanya Wannabe the win. So in the previous matches of Tanya Wannabe and Noodles, did you have any highlights right there of the match, Zero Infinity?
Yeah, I think just for a review of the last match, Noodle had really a good start using Pirate Burn, right? He had the early aggression, he had the early creatures, he had Crackshot Corsair to start it off. But during the mid game, it was just getting too much for him to start to control, to be the aggressor. And the mid-game creatures, the Iron Ballista and all that, was just really blocking well, allowing Tanya Wannabe there to just push in more damage with Overwhelm, and there are going to be chances for them to chomp block, and that was crucial in getting him the game board control in the mid to late game. And I think, of course, that Noodle had enough there to win the match, but just not enough time. He had just enough face damage that he could have won the match if the match was prolonged. But Battle Fury and the Axis helped along in speeding up the match, and the gas just wasn't enough there for Noodle to win the match early enough.
That's right, that's right. And it's going to be, again, 2-1, where Tanya Wannabe is going to move forward into the bracket up to top 4. And now we're going to go into the match of Mr. Bear versus Lincoln Gad. This is going to be a great match. You casted Mr. Bear's match a while ago, Zero Infinity, and now this is the continuation of the next match. Yeah, we will have to update the score with you guys. And what are we seeing here? What decks are they carrying right now?
It looks like Lincoln Gad is on Anivia, and we are seeing a run back of the previous deck that Mr. Bear was showed on stream, the Zoe Karma deck. And it's a bit late into the game. Veil Temple is already in play. Karma coming down, the box firing off for Lincoln God here. And I'm not sure who has the attack token on the next turn, but Karma is doing some work here with Spell Shield and bringing it up to +0/+2 twice. And there is also double star shaping to save this Karma from getting wiped out by the box. And looks like we are going to see Karma safe and sound with 8 toughness and 8 power, and it passes back to Lincoln God with double Anivia on board. He is considering a harrowing here, but we see Mr. Bear with the deny already in hand, ready for that turn.
And that's right, the update on the scores are Mr. Bear and Lincoln Gad both have 1 win on their belt. So this is going to be a clutch match between the two. Whoever wins will move on to the top 4. And right now, the two Anivias are doing the damage. There you go! Very, very effective, but they're not going to go through. And that's going to be only 4 damage. Good read from Lincoln Gad, not using the harrowing, because there, as we can see right here, there are two denies on the side of Mr. Bear.
Yeah, and a huge cosmic race now coming in from Mr. Bear. This is going to not kill off the Anivias. It's gonna be much worse for them. This is going to be obliterate on the side, and that's not gonna be counted for any future harrowing turns. And he goes for a Ruination here, and it looks like Mr. Bear has a decision to make if he wants to spend his deny to protect this Karma, and I think he is going to do just that, putting the stack of the Veiled Temple onto the Karma. It's 9-7, and that is dangerous territory. That's a lot of stats now. And we see in his hand there is the I forgot actually what's the name of the Phoenix, but the Phoenix that has to die twice for it to get removed off the board.
That's right.
It is already there. There is a Hush and an Equinox, so Hush is going to be a great play coming into like future Anivias, so that they don't turn into egg. And now we see the Phoenix coming down, and a Vengeance now being picked up on the side of Lincoln God.
That's right, and that what you're looking for is the Immortal Fire. That's going to be a very, very hard unit to remove from the side of Mr. Bear. And now Vengeance is going to go on to Karma, but of course deny. He's going to get denied with the Vengeance. Karma is just dealing so much, so many problems for Lincoln God, and now he bows out. That's going to be the deny of a win from Lincoln God, and he moves on. Mr. Bear moves on towards the top 4 in this tournament. So wow, that was really, really good. He saved up both of these denies just to block off possible removals for the very, very important Karma. Is that really the way to play that deck, Zero Infinity?
I think that it was a smart choice there of Mr. Bear.
Yeah.
Of course, he was looking to close the game that late and tapping out of the harrowing mana, and he could end the game right there and there by denying the Vengeance, because he had the Zoe leveled up, which gave everyone else elusive and lifelink coming in from the Dragon Link that was produced out of the Eye of the Dragon. And now with the Vengeance and tapping out of any other place, he was able to see opportunity there to finish the game right then and there. So he took it, and that's what you do on a control deck, right? Once you have
Yeah,
board
that's right.
control, and you start to look for how you want to close the game, and that is what exactly Mr. Bear did in the final moments.
That's right. And also that turn right there when he removed the two Anivias with the supernova. Oh, that's like, oh, when you see like that's really really good. A really really good move when you see those Anivias removed, because when they get obliterated, guys, it's not going to be in the death pool. It's not going to get harrow winged into the play. But then again, that's not a problem, because with the next turn, Mr. Bear just finished off the game with a 2-1 win over his opponent, and that's Lincoln God, Ken. So again, our top four players are going to be Mr. Bear, Belkut, Adele, and Tanya Wannabe. This is going to be really really exciting. How about you, Zerafini? What do you feel about these top four players?
Yo, honestly, man, it's getting really tough to predict these matchups going forward. These are four of the best players that I know of in Southeast Asia, and it looks like they are all going deep into the bracket, and I am expecting really clean plays from all of these four moving forward, especially with the you want to take home that lion's share of the $20,000 prize pool. The grand champion is taking home $10,000, and the second place is, I think, around $3,500. So that's
Oh
gonna be
yeah,
a big difference. So you want to
yeah.
get to the final round and win it all as much as possible. And I'm hoping that we are going to see, and I know we are going to see great matchups moving forward.
That's right, and we're seeing no duplicates in terms of the country representation right here. Zero Infinity. We are seeing a representative from Singapore, Mr. Bear, a representative from Thailand, Belkut, a representative from the Philippines, Adele, and a representative from Malaysia, Tanya Wannabe. So a very, very good spread. We're looking at champions from each country right there, going on to try to move on to the top two positions and get a huge share. And $10,000 from playing Legends of Frontera. It's life-changing, guys. Where can you see that kind of prize from playing this epic card game, right? So, man, I mean, you know it. Competitive Legends of Frontera is right here, and you're watching all the action as it progresses. And we're really, really honored to be your casters. Zero Infinity is actually a player, right? You played with most of these these guys, and in terms of the experience that we're seeing from these players, we're seeing in terms of the games, they have played 1,000, I think more than 1,000 games for each player in terms of rank. So, what
Yeah,
can you say more about these players, Zero Infinity?
Yeah, I think I've known them for quite a while, especially Mr. Bear and Adele. And as I said previously, they have been consistent players on ladder, on tournament, so they're really on point. Tanya Wannabe, I've seen him on ladder quite a number of times, and I can say that he is one of the players to watch out for as well. And he doesn't show up to tournaments as much as I'd like to see him in. But
Yeah.
yeah, he is also a great player. And who do we have as the fourth seed? Sorry, remind me again, Excelsior?
Yeah, the fourth seed for our top four is again Belkut from Thailand.
Belkut.
Yeah, Belkut. So these guys,
Yes.
yeah, they carried a bunch of different decks. So we're seeing kind of a good spread in terms of which decks are going to be carried out. But then again, they thought it out which decks can be most popular, or which decks can counter the most popular decks. So in terms of preparation, Zero Infinity, how important is it in this kind of tournament?
Definitely preparation goes a long way. You have to think about what the meta is for the particular tournament that you're going into, what are the popular decks, trying to check out what is level 1 of the meta, what is level 2 of the meta, because you can go for a different sorts of lineup, especially with Conquest. You can go to look for bullying a certain deck, looking for a balanced
Yeah.
lineup, and that is there is a lot of options here. And I think uh, uh, this goes into play really well into tournament. There is so much more than just to being clean at your play, but also bringing a great lineup as well. And I would think that these four have prepared so much, and they brought the best lineup that they could. And it's really showing here going into the top four already, with some more grindy decks now being more prominent. The aggressive decks from Noodle wasn't being able to keep up with the mid-range decks from Tanya Wannabe, and it looks like we are in for some grindy games here moving on to the semifinals and finals.
That's right. And also, guys, and these guys have prepared their decks, of course, and they also had some scrims like offline, or not on this tournament. Okay, they had to practice a lot in these types of matchups. So, of course, the teams helped. We have here a lot of teams in each country that are promoting competitiveness within the Legends of Frontera community. So we're really excited and really happy that those teams and clubs actually promote or help even the newcomers or even the unsupported players in the community. So, and we're going now into the bracket. Explain more, or can you? Let's go on to Zero Infinity to explain the bracket as of the moment.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Mr. Bear versus Belkut and Adele versus Tanya Wannabe, and it looks like the dream is alive. I predicted that we might have Adele and Mr. Bear in the finals, and this spread, actually, you mentioned it a while ago. These four players are from four different countries, and it's looking like a real C championship over here in the top four of the Cosmic Creation seasonal tournament. And yeah, Adele is bringing in a lineup that I think wants to go into Fiora Shen matchups, and Tanya Wannabe exactly has a Fiora Shen, so watch out for Tanya Wannabe has to watch out for that. Mr. Bear, I think, has brought triple Targon and is going to look for matchups that are favorable for him in terms of silencing units or going for the heal plays against aggressive decks. So I'm not sure if we featured Belkut's decks on the stream earlier. I think we did. Would you remember that, Excelsior?
I don't remember the matches between or with Belkut. He went against Kanan in the previous matches, but I wasn't able to catch it. But of course, if Belkut is right here, he's probably carrying something that could possibly deal with the most popular decks as of the moment, and it's probably not aggro. Probably not, right? I think I'm not sure.
Actually, I remember now, Belkut, because he was the one we were casting about the Teemo Ezreal decks. It came back to me that when you mentioned Kanan, because he was the one that put 90 puff caps in his opponent's deck. So we are going to see Teemo Sedge and Tamken Soraka and the MF Quinn with the Stony Suppressor. So I think it's going to be tough for Mr. Bear here to pick what he's banning, especially that I think three of the decks are all targeting Lee Sin, which is good for Mr. Bear because he is not running that, because he opted to run Zoe Karma, right, instead of something like Aphelios Lee Sin or Zoe Lee Sin. So whatever Belkut was targeting is not in the lineup of Mr. Bear, so that's going to be something to watch out for in the semifinals.
That's right. And again, we have Mr. Bear versus Belkut and Adele versus Tanya Wannabe. And with that, guys, we're going to go on a short break, and we're going to go back with Moonboy Gaming is going to be coming back in the caster share, and Zero Infinity is just going to take a rest, and he'll be back in the finals. And with that, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a few with the Cosmic Creational Seasonal Tournament. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is back. It's here. It's him. It's Moonboy Gaming, and you are watching the Cosmic Creation Season Tournament of Legends of Runeterra. We're here in the top 4, guys, with a bunch of different countries represented from Southeast Asia. Moonboy, are you excited about this top 4? Different countries, different champions, right?
Yo, what's up, Excelsior? What's up, everyone? So yeah, so players have gone through a gruesome 5 rounds of pool stages, and we have come in all the way from the top 32 into the top 4. We have 4 awesome players all around the region, each representing a different country, representing their own team moving forward as well. And every game has been so exciting. We have seen the games at such a high level, and over here we see players from over SEA. Finally, we are coming into the semifinals with Adele going up against Tanya Wannabe, and on the other side of the bracket we have Mr. Bear going up against Belkut.
That's right, and this is going to be the top 4 matches. Adele versus Tanya Wannabe. Adele coming from the Philippines, and Tanya Wannabe coming from Malaysia. So this is going to be the 2 countries that are going to be represented in this semifinals match, and we are excited to say that their decks are going to be a bit grindy and also takes a high level of gameplay. What are we seeing right here in Adele's decks, Moonboy?
So over here, first off, on the left, we have Aphelios, Zoe, PNZ, right, which we actually saw in one of the stream earlier, and followed up by Ashe Katarina, a deck that we have not really seen before in the whole tournament. And finishing off, he has a Draven Azure as well. So I think the key matchup over here is probably going to be that Aphelios Zoe. Like, that is going to be one of the strongest deck that he ever has. And, we might see a little bit of a trick up his sleeve with that Ashe Katarina moving forward in the semifinals.
That's right. That's right. These decks are going to be hard to pilot as well. And we're now seeing Tanya Wannabe again with his own decks. Tanya Wannabe is carrying a TF Aphelios, Fiora Shen, and Draven Darius. So, in your prediction, Moonboy, which decks from each player are most likely to be banned by each one?
Well, I mean, on Tanya's side, I think Adele would be banning the TF Aphelios. Putting 2 of the best champions in the game is probably not exactly what you want to do in a tournament like that, as the 2 best champion in the same deck is definitely gonna go out. I think Adele is definitely gonna be aiming that TF Aphelios. And that being said, this is the deck that is probably the best deck in the meta right now. Twisted Fate Aphelios, running on so much value. They have so much bot control with the Aphelios. They have like so much value coming in, mana value coming in with the Vault Temple, and then inclusive of the draws coming from TF. This deck basically is solid as all-rounder, and is basically doing every single thing that you guys could ever imagine of.
That's right. That's right. And we're seeing, of course, this kind of deck. You have seen it on the ladder. You have seen it on this tournament. Very, very effective as well, especially with the combo that you have. We've been talking about a while ago with the Boxpas easily being drawn out using the Crescendum, and also, of course, don't forget the Wiggly Burblefish. Very, very cute, but also deadly unit that can easily be copied by our players right here. So, does this deck have any weaknesses, Moonboy?
Well, basically, this deck is kind of solid. The only point of weakness is probably when the Aphelios or the Twisted Fate is getting controlled in a sense. But not forgetting, he has other options of winning with this particular deck as well. The Wiggly Bubblefish is one of them. And something that he actually omitted from this deck is the Mind Melt. One copy of Mind Melt, which he didn't run in this deck. So he's really purely going on consistency, invoking into really good stuff with Star Shaping, huge stuff like the Great Beyond, or the Scourge. Like, these cards could allow him to close off the game, and this is what this deck is all about. And moving forward, I think Adele might not want to be facing this deck coming in the semifinals, as this deck is just too solid as a whole, and it kind of don't exactly lose to anything at this point of time.
That's right, that's right. It's going to be high stakes in the top 4 matches right here. Whoever wins will get to the top 2. So again, guys, this is very, very important because whoever wins will get a huge upgrade in terms of the pricing. It's going to be up to 3,500 US dollars. Very, very. You can buy a lot of packs with that, with that prize money, and that's going to be a very, very good incentive to play well and have the patience as well in terms of choosing the line of play for each turn right here for our players. So, what do you think are going to be the first, or what's the safest first deck to play in each of the players' lineup? Moonboy.
Well, looking at the lineup, if the TF Aphelios is not being banned, I think Tanya Wannabe really wants to go for that TF Aphelios, or subsequently he could just go for his second deck of choice, which is the Darius and Draven. That is also pretty solid as a opening, where he really wants to finish it fast, finish game 1 fast, move on to game 2, and then slowly grind his opponent down. That could be his game plan moving forward in the semi-finals. But that being said, Adele's decks are pretty solid, it's really safe, really solid. I think he might be starting off with the Ash Katarina if he ever chooses to as well.
That's right, the Ash Katarina is something I've yet to see, especially in ladder. I don't even face that kind of deck. It just appeared out of nowhere for me, and it's can you give us some light as to how this is going to work, Moonboy?
Well, I believe there's gonna be a lot of focus on freezes, and then using rally and the big creatures coming in from Feldroid. All this thing could be one of his opening and one of his choices of moving forward as well. So here we have game number 1 in the first game of the semifinals. We have Adele going up against Tanya Wannabe, with Azure Draven going up against Fiora Shen. So I believe probably the TF Aphelios might be banned for Tanya Wannabe's side, and I believe Adele is really aiming for Fiora Shen, and this is probably one of the matchup that he is looking forward to.
That's right, and we're seeing an opening hand from Adele, a bunch of spells on his hand, and now Dreamblade Faker is going to get free attack right there. And who is favored in this kind of matchup, Moonboy?
Well, as I said, Adele actually focused and kind of built his tournament lineup against the most, against Fiora Shen. Fiora Shen is the most stable and is the most reliable deck in the whole tournament meta as of right now, and he is aiming for the deck that most players are gonna go for, and that is probably his best strategy. And looking at his hand, he has Scorched Earth, he has Mystic Shot, he has that Draven, he has that Arkanoid Sentry as well. I think he's really comfortable moving forward against Tanya, as anyways he's not gonna get any value. Tanya is not gonna get any value of that Fiora.
That's right, and of course, Ken Pong's Pickpocket is going to be taken out by the Green Blade Caretaker. They're still one of the MVPs. Actually, the champions don't matter to me right here. This is the MVP right now, and River Shaper. You know why he's a champion? Because he just keeps on drawing out the answers that are needed by our players right here. And of course, a crucial end turn right there. A pass coming from Tanya Wannabe. Why do you think he did that? Oh boy.
Well, he probably don't want to play into any form of burn or any form of removal. And here we see a Draven followed by a Shen immediately coming in from Tanya, and attacking with this Draven is kind of like smart for Adele, right? He wants to damage Tanya's units, and Tanya has to be really careful of what's coming up from Adele's side of the deck, right? They have Ravenous Flock, they have Scorched Earth. So these are the kind of card that Tanya wants to avoid, and at the same time, being said that he should not be damaging his units unnecessarily. Therefore, this Shen is coming in before that Fiora, and now he just needs to protect the Fiora as much as possible so that it doesn't take any more damage moving forward.
That's right, and that's a free attack from the Draven of Adele right there, and going in with a Static Shock, possibly removing the Green Blade Caretaker on his side. And again, as you said a while ago, you can see that the Shen is within Ravenous Flock range. It can be taken out with 4 damage from the Ravenous Flock, and that's going to be a bit hampering the development of Tanya Manabi's units. And now we can see that the Fiora is live online. Two champions that are highlighted in the deck, and let's see how Adele is going to react to this.
Yep, I mean, looking at Tanya hands right now, he has way to actually defend himself against the Raptor's Flock with just a Notified. And the biggest question for Tanya is going to be how much counterspell do you actually have to deal with whatever Adele is going to throw at you. Look at his hand right here. He has two Ravenous Flocks ready to go, but Tanya only has 1 point of counterspell, which is that particular copy of Notify. I don't think it's gonna be enough unless he's lucky enough to draw himself some extra counterspells. That's where the River Shaper, as what you said, Excelsior, is gonna come into play really crucially.
That's right, and as you said, the two Ravenous Flocks coming out from Adele. Possible removal tools for either Fiora or Shen, depending on which one is more important for Adele to remove. But looking at those Adele, that he just had a free attack towards the Nexus of Tanya Wannabe. Tanya Wannabe now brings out the River Shaper to possibly draw out more spells. And there you go, Ravenous Flock on targeting the first, targeting Shen right there, and Notify, and then another Ravenous Flock. He just wants to make sure that Shen is dead. Oh my gosh, single combat. What's happening right here, Moon Boy?
So over here, Tanya wants to get as much value as possible with the Shen before the Shen going down. He knows that the Shen is going out this turn. He's just gonna bring that Draven alongside with him. I think Adele is just gonna say no, it's not gonna happen. He might go for the Scorched Earth, but I believe it's not that important at this point of time, or he could have saved the Scorched Earth for something else. But Adele is immediately firing off, not allowing Tanya to get any value out of this this trade. But that being said, 3 cards is spent on that one Shen, and that kind of means that he also kind of says that Tanya has ran out of counter spell, and Adele is just gonna be the one asking the question right now. Does Tanya has the answer to actually answers this question posing from Adele?
What? And there you go, Moon Boy. He targets a Mystic Shot onto the River Shaper right there. He knows how important. You have to respect the River Shaper. That's how important it is. That's why he used the single removal, using the Mystic Shot to remove it. And now it's going to be a bit hard for Tanya Wannabe, but he has a Citra the Bold to possibly power up and of course prevent further damage, of course, to the Fiora. But will it be a good way for or good turn for Tanya Wannabe to attack right now, Moon Boy?
Well, I think Adele is definitely not gonna allow Tanya to attack at this point of time. Here we see a Rummage immediately going into Ezreal, and the Arcanite Sentry is a no-brainer coming from Adele, not allowing him to attack this turn. And if you're gonna attack with the Citra, it's gonna get in range of whatever that's coming from Adele. So this really discouraged Tanya from attacking at this point in time. And I think Adele is just in the driver's seat right now with the level up Ezreal on the field. And not forgetting, he has that Captain Farron in his hand to finish the game as well. So as of right now, Adele is just so comfortable taking out this Ezreal. Just means nothing to him at this point of time.
That's right, and that Ezreal is going to be, as you said, a bit of nothing because there are 2 copies of it right now, of Ezreal right now, and Captain Farron might be a good choice as of the moment, considering that we can see Tanya Wannabe doesn't have any more life gain pieces on his hand. He has Concerted Strike, he has Relentless Pursuit, and Deny. That's not going to be as helpful. Maybe Deny for Decimate? I don't know. It's going to be a bit hard for Tanya Wannabe to recover unless he has more lifesteal pieces on his deck that can be drawn out during the next turn.
Yeah, so Tanya really wants to look for his Spirit Refuge where he could get his lifesteal and then heal up just a little. Not forgetting, this Deny top draw from Tanya is going to be pretty important, right? Right here, he could go for a consider strike onto the Farron, but the damage is done too. Decimates is in his hand, so this Deny is probably ready to fire off onto any of the Decimate and not be getting even the Scorch Earth on from Adele. Could also be one of the target coming in for this Deny as well. So it's really coming down to Tanya. Does Tanya wants to remove this Farron, and even if so, does he have a follow-up action for what's going to come the next turn as well?
That's right, and he doesn't. It's going to be a bait to for Adele to just keep on attacking, thinking that there might not be a spell or a way for Tanya Wannabe to remove that Captain Farron, and there's going to be a total of 11, 14, 17 damage on the board right now on Adele's side, and of course with the overwhelm present from Captain Farron right there, those Arachnoid sentries have done their jobs. And now the Concerted Strike is going to remove the Captain Farron right there. But is it safe for Tanya Wannabe to just block off the other two units, or will he just leave them be?
Well, at this point of time, Tanya really has to go for the block, right? So that being said, it might even left him to a state whereby he might not have any units on the board moving forward also. So removing this Farron is just a little pinch to Adele. Adele has 2 more Decimates to fire off as well. So with this amount of damage coming in, it's going to be 6 damage coming in from both the Draven and the Arkanoid Sentry, also bringing him down to 5, which is a very, very dangerous range. Not forgetting, Adele also have the Ezreal in hand. It's gonna be GG, probably by the next turn really soon.
That's right, and you can see right here another spinning axe that, of course, Tanya Wannabe knows that that's why he didn't block with his Citria, the bolt right there. There you go. That's another Bright Steel unit right there. And is that going to be helpful for him, Moon Boy?
Well, the Bright Steel Protector is not where he wants to be. He wants to defend herself against the Decimate. He knows that this turn he's gonna eat a total of 8 damage coming in from both Decimates if he taps out of 4. So Tanya has to be really careful of dropping the Bright Steel Protector over here, or it's gonna be GG for himself. So he's definitely not going to drop any unit. He has to stay 4 mana up no matter what. So passing over here is right for Tanya, but I think Adele, at this point of time, Adele just has Tanya in his palms right here.
That's right. We can see Tanya Wannabe is in a pinch as of the moment, but maybe there might be still a Spirit's Refuge on the next turn. There's the first Decimate being put back, and that Bright Steel formation is not gonna help Tanya Wannabe. There's the Ezreal going on the side of Adele. That means it's going to have 2 more damage, and I think that's it. That's Tanya Wannabe considering with an emote, and this is really, really hard. You can see 2 Decimates, a possible block with a possible Mystic Shot. That's a total of 10 damage just from the spells, and right now it's still going to be Adele's game.
Yeah, so Adele going in with this attack just proves, and just want to check if Tanya has that sharp side to do with this Ezreal. Either way, he has enough spells in hand to actually do a total of 5 damage to Tanya's Nexus just by Ezreal itself. So here we see a spinning axe going onto the Ezreal, bringing him down to 4, and I think this is gotta be it. Tanya has no answer to this attack coming in from Ezreal. All he has is that Deny. I think right here, Adele has it with just the Mystic Shot, or he could even just fire it off with that spinning axe, and it's gonna be GG for Tanya Wannabe.
That's right. That's a good line of plays coming up from Adele right there. He has more than enough damage to just finish off Tanya Wannabe, and using Rummage instead to finish off with just exactly 1 damage coming off from the leveled up Ezreal, and that's it for game 1. Adele taking off game 1 with Flare right there, using the Rummage instead of the direct damage. And again, that was a hard matchup for Tanya Wannabe. Did he have any way to turn the tides in that match, Moon Boy?
Well, probably at the state of the game, there is probably no way that Tanya could turn the game around. what he really needed was a lot of counter spells and counter spells, which he only sees about 2 in the whole entire game, and he has no way to keep up with what Adele is pressuring him at that point of time. So this lineup that Adele has already made is purely to go against Fiora Shen. And that being said, Adele is just comfortable in this matchup. He is ready to take on any Fiora Shen. So if the next game Tanya actually sticks with the Fiora Shen, I think Adele actually is really comfortable to kick off the whole series.
That's right. And we're going on to the next matchup. We can see this looks like a TF Aphelios. Let me see if I'm right.
Zoe
it's a
Aphelios.
Zoe Aphelios on the side of Adele, and we can see on the bottom it's still Fiora Shen for Tanya Wannabe, and this is going to be a hard matchup to see. First attack from Zoe is just going to make a super school star chart. It's reminiscent of the Teemo for turn 1 Teemo. Zoe's just like that, right?
Yeah, so having that turn 1 Zoe actually puts Adele ahead of the game, kind of by a lot, right? Having a champion on turn 1, elusive, is gonna attack in for 1 damage. It's not just that 1 damage, but that super cool star chart coming in from for Adele is kind of be crucial, right? It could get him lots of things like Crescent Strike, Serpent, and things like that. So, I mean, knowing that the Zoe is gonna get off by the Fleet Tracker, it's totally okay because the star chart is what he might be looking for. And as of right now, Adele really needs to draw into options, or else it's gonna be a little bit troublesome for him moving forward against Tanya in this matchup.
Yes, you're right. Looking at this lineup of Adele, he has only 2 minions, Spacey Sketcher and the Ballistic Bot as of the moment. There might be a Wild landmark right here on the next turn, but it's still up to him. And looking at the side of Tanya Wannabe, it's a bit healthy as compared as to what he had prior to this match. It's more in terms of choices, he has a lot more choices as of the moment. River Shaper, Fiora, you have also Relentless Pursuit, and of course what you said a while ago, Notify. Well, this kind of a sort of deny or counter spell is going to be really important. And there you go, super cool star card. What is your best pick in terms of the choices? Right
Probably
there.
what Adele is looking for is a Crescent Strike. As we stated, there's a Crescent Strike immediately coming in. So he wants to defend his bot at this point of time. So a Crescent Strike onto the Fiora and the Fleet Feather Tracker is actually pretty important, and it kind of forces Tanya to come to counter this with a counter spell. And if a counter spell is ever going to fire over here, and I think it's not going to be worth it for Tanya for this counter spell to be going on to this Crescent Strike. So Adele is just constantly the one posing the question to Tanya. Do you have the answer to whatever I have right now?
That's right. And it's like it's always that kind of a question. Do you have it or do you don't? That just tells the player on which cards you have right now, or do you want to use this resource to answer the threat that I'm going to give you. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge, especially if you're a player and you have to keep track of that. Those answers are really, really important, and especially in this semifinals match, which has a lot at stake for our players. And we can see right now during the next turns, is it safe to put down a landmark? There you go. Moonboy just put down a landmark. But is Tanya Wannabe in control as of the moment?
Yeah, so as of right now, I mean, Tanya is the Demacia deck, and he's actually doing what the Demacia region is doing, having lots of big units onto the battlefield and controlling your opponent's board with challengers. And this is what exactly Tanya is doing. His game plan is going smoothly as what he's supposed to be. And he always leaves 4 mana up. He's really disciplined. He's gonna say I have a deny. If you're gonna do anything, you might get denied. So are you really gonna waste that mana on whatever that is gonna be targeted? So it's come down to what Adele could do, and it seems like looking at what Adele's hand here, he's really going limited on choices and limited on options, and he really has to remove the Shen or the Fiora, or else it's gonna add more and more stacks onto the Fiora. They're gonna get easy picks on Adele's board, and it's gonna be it for Adele. So Adele really has to play it really carefully, and Equinox over there from the from the Spacey Sketcher is not going to do too much unless it's just going to go for the Fleet Feather Tracker.
Right. I think he chose the Equinox just to target the Fleet Feather Tracker so that there's one less challenger on the board of Tanya Wannabe and one less value trade from the side from Tanya Wannabe's side. So again, let's see which one he's going to target, because this is going to be one important spell, Silence the Follower Equinox, and it's going to pump up the Ballistic Bot to 5/4. And I think it's still up to Tanya Wannabe to keep on giving pressure to Adele, because from what he's reading right now, it's probably okay. So you don't have a lot of minions on your side as of the moment. That means you're just probably going to react. So is there anything that Adele can do as of the moment to answer this?
Well, as of right now, I think there's not much for him to do other than, he has that hush, he could hush that Fiora, take it down. But I believe Tanya has the answer with the repose as well. So Adele has to be really careful what he's going to react to this Fiora here, because a hush is just going to get answered immediately by Tanya. He has the sharp side, he has the repose, right? So all these things are going to protect the Fiora at all costs. I think Adele is safe enough and say, hey, my Ballistic Bot is not dying, so I believe this is going to be safe move for me, and pass the priority back to me. And he has the Fang to do be a little bit more flexible, and let's see what he actually invoked over here as well.
That's right, and let's see. Ooh, is that challenger?
Yes,
Let's
that's
see.
Serpent.
I think the Serpent. Yes, he got the Serpent from the Fangs right there, and that's going to be another helpful unit to positive move. And there you go, a Relentless Pursuit coming from Tanya Wannabe. He just needs another attack token to keep on punching down whatever Adele is putting up, and the Mountain Goat is put up on the side of Adele as well to block any other units. And of course, Fiora is going to attack the largest unit here. I was kind of wondering why he picked out the Mountain Goat instead of the Ballistic Bot right there, but that's actually a good option. Or Fangs instead of the Ballistic Bot. So
he's actually thinking of going for the Fang because the Fiora actually has the barrier. So that being said, it actually denies Adele's heal. But I mean, sustaining the Ballistic Bot, taking out the Ballistic Bot is probably important in this lineup. And here we see a Pale Cascade immediately going on the Fang, trying to take off the Shen, and Sharp Side is going to respond in the sense. So the Shen is not going down, but there is still an opportunity to take down the Fiora, which I believe Tanya is not going to allow it to happen. He would fire off that second repose, and the Fiora is going to level up this turn. I think Adele is just kind of in the pickle in this situation right now.
That's right. Even though Adele might use the Thermogenic Beam to target the Fiora, that will be very, very vulnerable. Again, a repose would actually be a good option right there. So this is actually a really, really crucial move, considering that there are no more units, or there are a lot less units on the side of Adele as of the moment. Good read on using the Relentless Pursuit and dealing extra damages, and while also ticking up Fiora's level up condition. So what else? What is Adele looking for on the next draw? I'm thinking maybe an Aphelios. Oh yeah, would that help, Moonboy?
Yeah, I think as of right now, Adele really needs to find his options and his ways to actually control the board. He can't allow that Fiora to actually level up anymore, which as of right now, look at his units in his hand. He has the Fang, the Sparklefly, and also the Serpent. They are all pretty easily disposable by the Fiora as well. So as of right now, I think the Fiora is just gonna be so hot, and there's so many ways to actually protect the Fiora as of right now. Adele might be a little bit of a danger to losing to a Fiora win con at this point of time. And here comes the Consider Strike immediately going in. I think as of right now, it just opens to a very good Thermal Beam for Adele. Once he's kind of tapped out, Tanya is tapped out before, Adele might be going for that option, as the Fiora is just too hot to handle at this point of time.
That's right, and the Concert Strike is going to remove the fangs right there, but and this is going to be one of the crucial moves, and it might still be vulnerable, as to what you said, to a thermogenic being. Really, really important to
What
remove
form will the waters
Fiora,
take?
because this might be the win condition. Another Notify being drawn out from the deck of Tanya Wannabe. Two more counter spells, Notifies on his hand, giving him more options. And the attack token is still on the side of Adele. Is he going to draw it out? Yes, he is. He draws out the Shen. Okay, this is going to be really, really important. So it just shows that the win condition that's left as of the moment for Tanya Wannabe is still going to be on Fiora. Two more deaths on the side of on Fiora's counter, and that's going to be an instant win.
Yep, and he has that sharp side to actually defend himself against the thermal beam coming forward also. So it really comes down to Tanya, that Tanya wants to save this Shen. And if he's saving this Shen, I think Adele has to respect a sharp side, as the Fiora is going to be a 6-6, but I think he's just going to go for it at this point of time, and he might be, yes, and there it is, the thermal beam going onto the Fiora, forcing the sharp side to come in, and I think Adele might be a little bit of a problem, but it's totally okay if he actually goes for the kill on that Sparkle Fly. He has the Hush to answer it as well. So I think Adele is kind of comfortable at this point. If he could control the board, run Tanya out of option, I think that should be his game plan moving forward.
That's right, and he's using the Sparkle Fly, is just going to sit there. But then again, Adele draws out another thermogenic beam, and he uses the gem to grant it more damage as of the moment. But of course, the thermogenic beam is going to go on to the Screeching Dragon just to prevent another challenger situation right there. And now I'm thinking, how else can you buff up the health of Fiora at the moment, Moonboy?
Yeah, so Tanya actually tapped out the 4 over there. So I think he's pretty okay. He's pretty comfortable with just going straight onto the Screeching Dragon, because he knows he's not gonna attack. There's no way that Tanya would protect that Fiora with whatever he has. So he's going for the Diverging Path, trying to draw himself a second copy of a Vow Temple, and this way attacking with the Sparkle Fly as well. He could heal additional 3. I think Adele is he has to draw into his outs right now, or else it's going to be a little bit of a problem for Adele. And here we see a Notify denying that Diverging Path, and I think Tanya just wants to control Adele, as Adele is running really, really low on options, and this is what he is exactly doing right here.
That's right, and he attacks with the Sparkle Fly unopposed as of the moment, and there you go. This is one way to protect your Fiora. Bright Steel Protector getting a barrier, or giving barrier to Fiora. This gives the Fiora an extra barrier of protection. And there you go, silence a unit. But then again, of course, there's still a riposte on the side of Fiora or Tanya Wannabe, and it can still kill off that Sparkle Fly.
Yep, so here we see a buff onto the Fiora. I think a second Hush is immediately going in onto the Fiora. Adele really wants this Fiora dead, but I think this Fiora is not going down anytime soon. A Spirit Refuge coming in, and I mean, Adele still has that Sparkle Fly, but Adele hand is 0 at this point of time. Adele has no option. There's no way to trigger the Vow Temple as well, but a sharp Shaping is immediately coming in, and that is a huge draw for him. If he could find himself an option and a way out from this situation, a living legend. And that's,
oh my god.
that is gonna be so insane from Adele.
Yeah, that's really going to be insane. That the next turn, if he does use the Living Legends, that's going to be really, really epic. A bunch of fleeting celestial cards. Oh my gosh, this is going to be good. And of course, we can see right here a bunch of units still present on the side of Tanya Wannabe, and this is the time, because he found out that there might be a big celestial, big game-changing celestial card on the side of Adele. So let's see what's gonna happen here.
So Adele is gonna
Oh
heal
my-
up the Sparkle Fly. Sparkle Fly is so huge, and look at what the Living Legends actually gave Adele over here. Every single thing. He could go for a Scourge, he could go for a Silver Sister into a Messenger for more draw, he could go into the Traveler for more options as well. He could even go for a Great Beyond, going for the
Great
Great Beyond,
Beyond.
trying to finish off the game next turn. So it kind of asking Tanya, does Tanya has the sharp side to close off the game the next turn, as 18 damage of Elusive
no.
is going into his Nexus the next turn.
Oh, and oh my gosh. Oh no, this is it. The Great Beyond discovered or from the Living Legends, and that's going to finish the game. Living Legends into the Great Beyond, unopposed, no sharp sight in sight, and that's going to be 2-0 in favor of Adele and moving him to the finals. What a great match. What were your highlights in the matches between Adele and his opponent?
Well, Excelsior,
Kinda wanna be.
the highlight,
Yeah.
the highlight is definitely gonna be that Living Legends having using the Vigor early to go for a full 10 cards, seeing his options, weighing what kind of options does he have, and choosing to go for that Great Beyond, trying to bet on Tanya not having that sharp side at the Great Beyond is so huge that it actually closes the game, and that's just the power of Invoke in general. What it could basically just magically out of nowhere find himself that options of lethal through this Invoke's mechanic, and there you have it. Adele won and is heading to the finals.
And it was a great read as well for Adele. I think he knew that there were two sharp sights that were used prior in the previous turns to protect the previous spells and the previous units. And now we're going into the next semi-final match between Mr. Bear and Belkut. This is going to be another epic match. And Belkut, what is Belkut using at the moment?
So Belkut is using the TF. No, it's currently using. Wait, hold on a minute. This is TF Affiliates going up against TF Phoenix?
Yeah, that's right.
Timo S0. I think is going for the Timo S0 for Belkut, and
that's
TF
right.
is for TF Affiliates for Mr. Bear.
Mr. Bear, yeah, that's right. This was the one with that you were casting a while ago, right? The 90 puff cap situation coming from Belkut. I guess Mr. Bear didn't ban this deck, but of course, we'll see if he's going to achieve that kind of a that kind of a puff cap situation in this match.
Yep, so here we see Affiliates immediately going in for the Calibrum, targeting the Puffcap Battler. As we said previously in Belkut's game in the top 16, where the Puffcap Battler and Timo are probably the key to going to go against the TF decks, because as of right now, what the TF decks really need is just drawing lots of options that he has, and as of right now, I think Belkut's game plan is just jam in as much puff caps into Mr. Bear's deck as much as possible. But I think Mr. Bear is not gonna play into it with this TF red card, and plus the help with the Hexcore Foundry. The TF is gonna level up in no time.
That's right, that's right. And with the update on the score, we're now seeing Belkut going for one win over Mr. Bear, and now we're seeing he chose up another Gravitum just to stun that 3-2 right there. And of course, I'm wondering right now how many puff caps is there already on the deck of Mr. Bear and Purple Fish. So in terms of this lineup, Moonboy, which do you think has the advantage? What is the turning point that we're looking for in this TF Affiliates versus TF Timo? Oh, is it Timo deck?
Yep, so look at the boss state right now. Look at what Mr. Bear has on the field. I think as of right now, Belkut has no way to actually answer to this board. That Puffcap Battler is probably going down to the Box to Burst, and not forgetting, he could even go for a Bubble Fish over here to close off the game as fast as possible. A 5-5 Affiliates is not a easy task to be dealing with, and even though Belkut put down an Icefield Archer over here, it's probably still gonna be controlled irregardless at this point of time.
That's right. And you have, again, the Boxtuses are very, very important in possible removal towards the Puff Cap Peddlers right there. And let's not forget the quick attack. The quick attack of TF. But is he going to gamble that? Because there might be some way for Belkut to remove that. And now he eliminates that option of the TF being removed by challenging it with both his Boxtuses.
Yep, so this Burrito still coming into one of the Boxtopus is not going to be too much of a problem for Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear has that Pure Cascade to deal with the Boxtopus, or, right here, with just 2 mana, it actually forces Belkut to go for a Mystic Shot onto the Boxtopus, or instead of the TF, if he ever wishes to allow his Puffcat Peddler to survive this attack as well. So I think as of right now, I think Belkut is kind of in a pinch, not having board, and at the same time, I believe there is not much Puffcaps in Mr. Bear's deck as of right now as well, and with the Hexcore Foundry, just gonna double up the speed of Twisted Fate leveling up as well. So I think right now Mr. Bear is in the driver's seat. All Mr. Bear has to do is just maintain aggression, control Belkut's board. I think it's gonna be enough moving forward for him.
That's right. And there are more Puff Caps going into the deck of Mr. Bear right now. So I'm very, very curious still as to how many Puff Caps that is. But now Belkut is going to take a bunch of damage, 5 damage into his Nexus, bringing down 7. And as you said, the pressure is still going to be on with Mr. Bear taking the helm and trying to deal more damage into the Nexus of Belkut. Star Shaping can actually try to protect or get more health into his Nexus. Both guys actually drew out Star Shaping. Oh wait, this is a mirror. yeah, that's the same. That's the same. We're seeing the same hand from both sides.
Yep, so here we see an Ezreal coming in from Belkut's side of the field. I think the Ezreal has to be removed as soon as possible before he could do any damage onto into Mr. Bear's Nexus. And here we see a Crescendrum leveling up the Aphelios, and I think the Aphelios is just gonna rack up so much value moving forward. And not forgetting that 2 copies of Star Shaping in Mr. Bear's hand. I think Mr. Bear is kind of comfortable. He could heal himself back up for 4/5, get himself another unit to deal with it. And I think Mr. Bear is just so comfortable, and this Bubble Fish is not gonna do. It's just gonna be a blocker for the Teemo, and Belkut, if he wants to attack, you have to go through these fishes.
That's right. The Verbal Fish are going to block off those the elusive units on the side of Belkut, and that's going to be very, very effective in protecting him from duplicating the number of Puff Caps on Mr. Bear's deck. So again, it's still on the side of Mr. Bear to put on the pressure against Belkut as of the moment, and with leveling up his Aphelios, he will have more value in terms of getting the weapons that he can get in the next few turns. And is it going to be an end round right now? You don't have to develop. Ooh.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Bear don't really have to go for the development over here, going for the parlay, bringing Belkut down by 1 additional health. Also, having that Calibrum to remove that Investigator as well. So I think over here, I think Mr. Bear is just so much in control, and not allowing Belkut to do anything else. Even though with the Ezreal on the board, it's gonna be removed by the Boxtopus as well. So this combat coming in from Mr. Bear is just gonna be massive for him.
Yes, this is the crucial turn for Mr. Bear to possibly finish off Belkut by using all of his 5 units to go straight into the Nexus of Belkut. And now he uses is this a Calibrum? Oh.
This is a Gravitium. He's going onto the Gravitium to stun onto the Ezreal, not allowing Belkut to have any more units to actually block with what is. So the biggest question right now is how many cards the Belkut has in hand. Is he able to answer whatever that is Mr. Bear is throwing to him at this point of time?
Wow, this is going to be quite a match right here. Let's see. Who is he going to challenge? There you go. Teemo is being challenged by the Boxtopus. A bunch of damage. 2, 5, 12, 12, 15 damage that is going to be uncontested on the side. And there you go, harsh winds coming from Belkut, but still, there's still 6 damage coming from the two Purplefish. Again, another harsh winds. How
Well,
many
Mr. Bear has the, yeah, Mr. Bear has the answer right here. He has 2 hushes. He could hush both the Bubblefish or both units that could push 6 damage as well. So I think Mr. Bear safely have this thing in his bag. So both hushes going in, firing off onto the Aphelios and the Bubblefish, bringing them back to their original state. And there we have Mr. Bear taking round number 2, bringing it 1-1, and we're moving on to game number 3 in the semifinals. Yo,
That's
that
right,
was
very, very. Yeah. That was a very, very interesting finish right there. Those harsh winds are not going to protect Belkut from the damage that's going to be coming to him. And a very, very creative way to finish off the match with both hushes. As he said, Moon Boy, those hushes really, really quickly finished the match. And he was sitting on it. It was there. Those hushes are on the first 5 cards on his hand. And it's actually a very, very interesting finisher or lethal right there.
Yeah, so that is the power of the top 4, right? We are at the top 4. We're at the pinnacle of this tournament. That is basically seeing the best 4 champions or best 4 players in the whole region. And Mr. Bear actually, produces and showcases us, the level of play that he's actually thinking. Hush is usually used defensively against your opponent or like reactively to your opponent, and he actually put it to good use this time to go for the offense. So this is the flexibility of Hush, and at the same time, you actually see how fast Mr. Bear is actually thinking at that point of time.
Yes, very, very pro level play right there coming from Mr. Bear, and actually redeeming himself from 1 loss into 1-1 against his opponent Belkut. And right now we're seeing this is what kind of deck is this? This is still the Teemo deck, and of course we are seeing a Karma deck from Mr. Bear.
Yeah, so Mr. Bear is bringing in a Zoe Karma together with the Vault Temple. So this actually shows this deck actually is a control deck where it actually gains so much value off that Karma. So here they are trying to pick up as much value from the Karma as much as possible. Once the Karma is leveled up, it's going to get double spell. But against this Teemo deck, he has to be a little bit more careful of his draws. As of right now, if the Puff Caps really goes haywire, Mr. Bear might be a little bit of a problem, as both players want a longer game, and Teemo would win if you actually drags out the game all the way to the late game.
That's right. And we're seeing one of the essential okay, so he has a Teemo on hand and he has attack token. This is going to be a bit dangerous, but let's not forget you can see, of course, free attacks and more Puff Caps are going to go into the side of Mr. Bear. And as you said, Moonboy, as long as this goes, this is going to be still on the favor of the Teemo deck. And what are the other ways that, of course, Mr. Bear can win against this deck?
Well, Teemo, Mr. Bear really has to grind out his options moving forward. Here we see a Meteor Shower pick from the Solari Priestess. So this could be fire off the Dixon as well. So he has, but at the same time, Mr. Bear has to respect a Trochan, so he wouldn't be necessarily going for the 4 on the Puff Cap Pedal and the 1 onto the Teemo as well. So he has to be a little bit more careful with the Meteor Shower if he ever chooses to fire it off. But however, I think there's no way that Mr. Bear could deal with the Teemo at the same time. He could hush it and then block it, and I think that is not exactly the most optimal way that I could deal with this. And here we see a Meteor Shower immediately going down, likely to go for a 4 onto the Puff Cap Peddler and 1 onto the Teemo.
That's right, and that's not going to be enough. Oh yes, it is. It's going to be enough to level up the Teemo right there. But the priority as of the moment, of course, is to remove the Puff Cap Feather. But this is also going to possibly double up on the Puff Caps on Mr. Bear's deck. Oh, this is going to be quite juicy. A bunch of mushrooms are going to be doubled up on the side of Mr. Bear. Possibly 30, 40 in terms of my count. But
Yeah. So
my gosh, yeah, really nice.
yeah, so Mr. Bear has to be really careful of about his draws as of right now. So he has the hush to actually deal with the Teemo for the next combat. But I think or even the concussive palm to deal with the Teemo the next combat. But he really has to take out that Puffcat Peddler before it gains so much value. And here we have a Chubwomp coming in that he has 2 more Mushroom Clouds in his hand, and that is basically 8 additional Puffcaps addition together with the Puffcat Peddler for every 1 mana use like that. So Mr. Bear might be in a little bit of a pickle right now, as there's no way that he could deal with it, as he really needs draws. As of right now, his hand is not looking very great. All he has is healing and denial, so I think Mr. Bear really has to look for his answers as fast as possible before this mushrooms actually puff Mr. Bear up the next turn.
Ready yourself.
Right, and of course there are also draw units on the side of Belkut. It's going to be draw 1 for each of the players. It's going to be not towards his favor, or is it? Because the Puff Caps are just going to deal extra damage moving forward. And as you can see right there, the Iron Dragon is going to survive and possibly bring out another Dragonling on the next turn to give out the... Oh! Wow! It's still going to survive, but it's still going to draw out a Dragonling next turn for a life steal and to gain more life in the future turns.
Yeah, but as of right now, health is of the essence to Mr. Bear. So he needs whatever form of healing that he can find at this point of time. He needs to remove that Puffcat Peddler at the same time also. So as of right now, I think Mr. Bear is really he's struggling at this point of time. He just really needs to survive and try to play everything to its out. And here comes a Brittle Steel to deny 2 more points of healing from the Dragonling. So I think as of right now, the aggression coming in from the Teemo deck is so huge. Not forgetting 2 more Veteran Investigator in his hand is ready to go off to deal additional Puffcat damage to Mr. Bear as well. So it's gonna be huge as from here on, and a Meteor Shower might seal the deal for Mr. Bear.
And there you go. As we said, the Veteran Investigator is trying to draw out all the possible Puff Caps that are going to deal damage to Mr. Bear at the moment. And he draws out a non-laced Karma. And there you go. How much is this? 4! Okay, this is going to be very problematic for Mr. Bear because he doesn't have any more mana to use life gain spells. And Zoe, how much is she carrying? Oh, just 1! And so near, Moon Boy.
Yeah, so we see Mr. Bear is on the line right now on 1. He's just 1 puff cap off from, dying in this game. So here we see a Star Shaping immediately trying to heal himself back up. So Mr. Bear really needs to find ways to survive. And we know a Mystic Shot is probably gonna be active to deal with Mr. Bear as well. So Mr. Bear also has the answer of Notify. Mr. Bear really has to keep his life total up. Or it's just gonna be so difficult for him to deal with whatever that's gonna be thrown at him by Belkut.
Back, heretic.
That's right. This is actually a strategic attack coming from Belkut, making sure that there's not going to be any more units on the side of Mr. Bear. And now we have an update. 51 Puff Caps are already right there on the side of Mr. Bear with 30 cards, and that's going to be a total of 2 Puff Caps each at least for his card. So it's going to be kind of 2 turns in terms of the attack. And Fangs is coming out from the deck of Mr. Bear. Very helpful, if I say for myself, Moon Boy.
Yeah, so the Fangs are healing outlet, right? So Mr. Bear is constantly looking for healing outlet at this point of time. He has the Star Shaping, he has the Fang, but not forgetting, Belkut actually has the offensive Hexcore Foundry that he might be he is looking for to close off the game as well. So as of right now, I think Belkut is just trying to rush, right? And as Mr. Bear survived, Belkut is in more danger as Belkut is running really low on options moving forward also. So I think as of right right now, I think Bear is slightly more comfortable compared to Belkut, but I think with that Hexcore Foundry, as you said, he's drawing an average of about 3 path caps per turn. So healing here might be of essence for Mr. Bear, and I think he's just gonna go for it, and he might just go for the heal, or he might even go for the Karma. Hopefully he survives, and then he goes for the Star Shaping, healing himself for 10.
That's right, and that Karma is going to be enlightened, and as you said, Moonboy is going to possibly heal him for 10. And is this going to be there you go, Thermogenic Beam going on right there against Karma. That's going to be a crucial removal right there. He knows the value of the Karma and the Star Shaping combination, and again, that's not going to help Mr. Bear's case right now. How much damage? This is 2, and the one is going to be 1.
One.
Wow.
Whoa!
1. So near.
Yeah, so Belkut as of right now is pretty comfortable, right? So passing the turn over here, say if you need to do something, bro. You need to do something at this point in time, or you're just gonna pop yourself out. And Mr. Bear, without the Karma, is unable to heal for additional 5 more, as the Karma is taken out by the thermal beam. So I think Mr. Bear right here, he has to be really careful with his play. He has to keep deny mana up. He has to take that Notify mana up. So that being said, the Destroyer might not be the best option for him to play this turn.
Oh, but he does play the Destroyer during this turn, and I'm really curious as to what he's going to play. He's up to this is total of 11, 14, 17, 20 damage as a moment. That's going to be an extra 2 damage coming from the Puff Caps. It's not going to be enough. He's so near, but yet it's still so far from lethal. And again, the attack token is on the side of Mr. Bear. That's a bunch of damage. Is there any way for Belkut to run away from getting hit by these big minions?
Well, Belkut has a way to survive. He could go for a Flash Freeze into a Harsh Winds to defend himself against one of the Destroyer. But that being said, he must put a unit in front of the Destroyer, or else Mr. Bear is just gonna allow us to see a Deja Vu moving forward. He might even go for a Hush on his own unit, and that could be also one of the options as well. But he's going for a overwhelm space weapon to push in slightly more damage moving forward. Also, I think Mr. Bear is just saying, I have to go for it. I have to finish up this turn no matter what, and this is going to be the final turn for this game.
That's right. This is going to be the killing blow right now coming out from Mr. Bear. Are there any ways to block this off? Nope. Spell Shield is going to help protect those Destroyers. And again, the gamble is going to be pay off. Mr. Bear has the advantage at the moment. Puff Caps are not going to help. And there you go.
Yeah, so here we see a Harsh Wind coming in, breaking the Spell Shield on the first Destroyer, and he might actually go for a second Harsh Winds if he ever chooses to, but he has to go for a second freeze on the Destroyer. But I think Mr. Bear has the answer. We're gonna see a Deja Vu. Mr. Bear is gonna go for a hushing the own Destroyer. I think that should be the answer for him to clear off the game this turn also.
Yes, that's right. I was actually going to say that as well, Moonboy. Another Hush is going to possibly finish him off in this turn. And there you go, Deja Vu. 7, 11, 18, 19. Very effective. That's it. Imagine getting removed or getting finished off from the semifinals by a Hush towards his own minion. How painful is that, Moonboy?
Well, I think Belkut is just gonna go. It's gonna be so sad moving forward. But at that point, both the freezes has to be used at that point in time, right? Or else there's no way for him. That is the best out for Belkut. Belkut played it to his best of his out. But I think it's just sad that he actually lose to Hush twice in a row in the semi-finals. Yeah. And congrats to Mr. Bear for making all the way to the finals. But good game to Belkut. He really pushed Mr. Bear to the line in this game.
I'm really excited as to what's going to happen. Again, it's going to be on the finals, guys. It's going to be Mr. Bear from Singapore versus Adele from the Philippines. I actually got to talk to Adele before, and what he said, he's scared that he's going to face Mr. Bear, but not actually that scared. It's going to be a huge challenge for him because he knows that Mr. Bear is a force to be reckoned with, and this is going to be a great match for the finals. Moonboy.
Yeah, so I mean, both players are huge, right? They are basically the giants of Southeast Asia. They have been dominating, both players have been dominating and representing the Southeast Asia shot in international tournaments. So they have been staying up all night practicing and then going up against the best players around the world to hone these skills that they have. And guys, we have the dream match that chat is really asking for. Adele versus Mr. Bear in the grand finals. The best of Southeast Asia is really gonna collide in Cosmic Creation end of season tournament grand finals, fighting out for the $10,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready.
Are you ready? Are you ready to see some epic Legends of Frontera action right here between Mr. Bear and Adele? And again, these guys are fighting for an extra $6,500, guys. That's life-changing money right there. That's one more achievement. And aside from that, the best achievement right there is getting crowned as the Cosmic Creation seasonal champion. These guys are really had to fight for it, and I'm really excited for you and Zero Infinity to be casting that epic matchup between the two giants in the Legends of Frontera scene.
Yeah, I mean, both players we have seen, and fun fact about this whole tournament is that Mr. Bear actually went undefeated in the whole tournament, and as of right now, he's still undefeated. He went 5-0 on the pool stages, and he's all the way into the finals. And could Adele stop this reign, or could he remain the undefeated champion this season? And it's all coming down to this last event, this last game in this grand finals, based on these two champions from Singapore and Philippines also. So, wow, I mean, based off whatever we have seen just now or seen the whole day, Excelsior, what is the best moment from these two players?
Man, I've this is it's most recent, Moonboy. I've seen it. I've seen it being used defensively, as you have said before. But again, an offensive hush has got to be one of the plays of this game or of this tournament. It's very effective. And with that, of course, we would like to go on a break, take a rest, and of course, guys, you are just going to be watching the best matchup in the finals with Moonboy Gaming and Zero Infinity on the helm. With that, guys, we're going to be taking a short break. See you in a few.
Asia region square off to be the best of the Southeast Asia. So we are moving on to the grand finals over here, and I am joined back with my best friend over here, Zero Infinity. My name is Moonbird Gaming. How are you doing, Zero?
Hey man, I'm really great here coming back for the grand finals matchup, and what could be more appropriate? It's Singapore versus Philippines all the way in the grand finals, and we are here for a doozy of a matchup because we are going to witness one of the best players, if not the best player in the Philippines, and arguably, of course, also one of the best, if not the best player in Singapore. So it's gonna be Adele versus Mr. Bear, and I am so excited to see that. What are you expecting in this matchup, Moonboy?
Well, Zero, I'm just expecting lots of high-level play, lots of patience, and lots of question and answer coming in from these two giants from Southeast Asia. As you say, they are the best in the region. They are the best in the country. So we are expecting so much in this grand finals. And based on the decks that both players actually brought today, it's gonna be so interesting, and we have seen both players in action in the stream so far, and I'm just so excited to see what they have and what they could bring onto the table.
Yeah, and they are bringing quite the spicy decks into this finals. Adele now bringing some version of Ashe, but surprise, we have Katarina inside the deck list, and we don't usually see her in a lot of tournament decks, but here she is, all the way into the grand finals of the sale leg for the Cosmic Creation Series Little Tournament. And also, Mr. Bear here opting for a triple Targon lineup, bringing in one of the decks with the most player agency, and it's really tough to pilot these decks. Along with this is a Zoe Karma version, and we haven't seen this much on ladder, but it's been doing great on tournament. But yeah, let's review the bracket for the day, and let's look at some highlights at how their journey was going into the grand finals.
So yeah, both players actually gone through a gruesome 5 rounds of pool stage, and then a top 32 cut all the way to the finals. And there we have Mr. Bear and Adele in the grand finals, looking to find their way to the top, be the champion of Southeast Asia, walk away with $10,000 US. So everything is on the line right now. Money is on the line. Reputation is on the line. Championship is on the line for these two champions. And wow, guys, we're in for such a good game. This finals.
Yeah, and it's been quite a storied bracket, isn't it? Mr. Bear all the way on the other side of the bracket, Adele on the other side of the bracket, and it is, I think, fate that they meet here on the top of the mountain with Mr. Bear and Adele coming in for us in just a few moments. And of course, I think both of them are also repeats of the top 32. Mr. Bear here showing up in the last seasonals, Adele as well. And this just shows us the consistency of these players going through pools, going through the gauntlet, once again coming here into the top 32. And Adele here, now we see the decks that he is bringing up. We've seen the Zoe Aphelios up in action. We're going to see Ashe Katarina, and we also has the classic Ezdraven. But he has a spicy card in there, the Kempang Pickpocket. And I think that's going to be one of the cards that is going to give Mr. Bear a head scratcher if it starts getting hits on the Nexus.
Yeah, the Kempang Pickpocket would do really well against Mr. Bear's lineup, as he's going for a full Targon lineup. And that being said, Targon has lots of spells, lots of really useful utility package that they have, and that Kempang Pickpocket is just gonna turn the tide if he ever gets to steal any valuable cards coming in from Mr. Bear's side of the board. And that being said, with the Ashe Katarina, which is pretty spicy as well, so that's gonna make a difference. And here we see Mr. Bear's lineup with that Zoe Karma, where we actually see it in action in the last few games that was featured, followed up by a TF Aphelios, which is probably the best deck in the format right now. And this is a really spicy one, which is Diana Nocturne Nightfall Aggro. So what do you think? The Nightfall Aggro is really off, right? Haven't really seen too much players coming in with the Nightfall Aggro. Maybe this might be the factor, the changing factor in this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Bear, I think if I'm not mistaken, he's the only one that played this. Out of all the more popular players across the board, he's the only one that believed in Nightfall in the tournament meta. And this is classic Nightfall as well with Diana and Nocturne. Some people have evolved the deck into including Aphelios, but Aphelios is in another deck. And now we're going to look at the Zoe Karma that we've been seeing pop up on stream every time we featured Mr. Bear. And this is a very grindy late game deck, and it's looking to win more on the back of Karma and a couple of the Celestials that are coming out from Star Shaping and the Solari Priestess. And it's gonna find it hard to look for tempo early. So, but by the time we get to mid game and late game, if you can't handle the Zoe and if you can't handle the Karma, especially going into turn 10, we're gonna have couple of double invokes, and we are going to see Celestials everywhere. And that's basically how he won most of his matches, with the Destroyer, the Great Beyond, and all that. And Star Shaping here is going to be looking for cards that can finish him the game.
Yes, people, and I would like to bring you to the next deck over here with Adele with the Ashe Katarina, one of the more spicy deck that Adele actually brought onto the table this weekend. And that being said, this is kind of like an Ashe Sejuani shell where it's lots of huge units like the Trifera, Glory Seeker, Everest, and Half-God, Kato the Arm, and then finishing off with the Captain Farron also. But I believe right over here he removed all 3 copies of Sejuani, putting in the Katarina, trying to go for an extra attack with that Katarina. Is probably going to change the tempo for him, and it's going to be so aggressive. And not forgetting the amount of freezes that he has in his disposal, and the draw engine coming in from the Triferian Assessor is just going to draw him a million cards. And it's okay to be out of resources because Triferian Assessor will be there to save your head.
Yeah, Triferian Assessor really the MVP for the Ashe decks once they are faced with control matchup, because it refills their hand, gives them much more breathing room, and presents them with options, a couple of freezes here and there. But yeah, not forgetting that Mr. Bear is running triple Targon, so Hush is going to be a thing, and Ashe OTK is going to be a little bit complicated for Adele to pull off, because Hush can take away the unblockable once creatures go to 0 attack. Of course, the trades are going to be favorable, but you can't end the game as early as you want it to be. But yeah, this Katarina is going to be a spicy inclusion going into the matches, as he is looking for more aggression. Especially, we see Kato the Arm inside the deck list, and Overwhelm just gives Ashe decks little bit more dimension, since it gives them more reach, which previously was just helmed by Captain Farron with his Overwhelm plus the 2 decimates that he is producing in hand. So with Overwhelm coming from Kato onto one of the bigger units, and you can't be mistaken, the Ashe deck really has a lot of huge units here, with a lot of their units coming in at 5 power, and it gives +3 and Overwhelm. That's going to be hard to deal with for the Targon decks.
Yeah, so we have seen what deck both players actually brought onto the table, with Mr. Bear having a little bit more of a control kind of option with Zoe, Karma, and also have a little bit of aggression coming in from the Nightfall aggro, while the Dell over here actually go for a slightly more board control and board presence kind of style of deck going up against Mr. Bear. So what do you think is going to be the matchup, and what do you think is going to be banned moving forward in the grand finals?
Yeah, in a certain sense, I think Adele is on the back foot here, since a lot of all 3 of his decks are looking to control the board, freezes and all that, trading with your challenger units. Rhymefang Wolf is also included in the Ashe Katarina deck. Ezreal Draven, we know that's basically removal incarnate in Legends of Runeterra, and without creatures to level up your Ezreal, you're going to look for more aggressive game plans. So I think one of the considerations for Mr. Bear might be banning out the Ashe Katarina, just because Katarina is there, just so you get rid of the possible rally. And for Adele's side, I'm not too sure what he can ban on the side of Mr. Bear. I think he'll be leaving out Nightfall and taking his chances with some sort of with the board control coming on from Ashe and the Ezreal Draven deck. He might be going for a ban on maybe Zoe Karma. or TF Aphelios. Either it's a toss up between those two, but I'm sure we're going to see Nightfall in action.
Yeah, so we seen TF Aphelios in a little bit of action today. We also seen Zoe Kalmar in action today. So I believe that both deck is in kind of the same shell, whereby it's really focused on invoke, and they're just gonna use this invoking toolbox to close off the game, gain some control, and keep themselves in the game as long as possible. So do you think that banning either or is not gonna make too much of a difference in this matchup?
I think banning Zoe Karma is going to be more favorable if Adele thinks he is going to be playing Ezreal Draven, because sometimes Ezreal Draven has the cards that don't necessarily line up well with light decks with low creature count, and Zoe Karma is one of them. But here we see now we are into the mulligan phase, and Ezreal Draven is up for Adele, and I think Adele opted to ban TF Aphelios because we see now Zoe Karma is on the board here for Mr. Bear, and I think he is going to look for really aggressive hands, trying to find his creatures early instead of the usual Ezreal Draven mulligan, wherein you try to find spells, control the board early, put down a 3-drop creature, and start to snowball from there. But the mulligan here for Adele not looking so great right now, with double Scorch Earth, Death's Hand, Ravenous Flock, and Mystic Shot. And yeah, Mr. Bear here now, no creatures in sight, so it's looking to be a passing game for Adele here.
Yeah, so here we see an emote exchange coming in for both players. It's gonna be a back and forth, back and forth pass over here, and this Azure is probably safe for Adele to be playing here. And I believe Mr. Bear will be going for the Graviton to not allow Adele to actually go for anything, but instead he go for a Cassandrum. He might be, looking for a Mountain Goat, if he ever chooses to, but this Mystic Shot is up to Adele if he chooses to fire off. And I think as of right now, Adele has no way to deal with, no bot to actually deal with, and he has the Scorch Earth to deal with the Val Temple as well. So as of right now, I think is Adele exactly in the front seat at this point of time.
Yeah, it would be better if Adele had a couple more creatures in hand, but he does not have that. The Crescendum now picking up the Eye of the Dragon, and if I remember correctly, that's the only 2-drop in the deck, Moonboy, and he is going to fire off a Mystic Shot into that and trying to clean it up later on in the rounds with the Dragon Link coming out already because of the 2 spells that he cast last turn, and he is looking to go for a Static Shock here, but a Deny is in the hand of Mr. Bear, and I am going to think that he is going to spend it here to save both his creatures from getting picked off the board.
Yep, so a huge deny from Mr. Bear. At this point, without the Static Shock, that Zoe is kind of in... it would be able to be removed subsequently later on as well if Mr. Bear ever chooses to put it down. And Mr. Bear would probably not gonna play the Zoe at this point of time, and maybe the Val Temple might be the best line of play for Mr. Bear. But Adele over here is he's looking for aggression. He's really looking for pushing as much damage as possible. So this attack actually forces Mr. Bear to actually go for the block with that Eye of the Dragon, but I think it's not exactly that advisable for him to do that, as healing is probably what he's looking for at the same time as well.
Yeah, the generation of the Dragon Links coming in from the Eye of the Dragon is going to be much more important than saving that immediate 3 life and then losing your Eye of the Dragon in the process. But now we see a Scorch Earth going into the Veiled Temple, but again, Mr. Bear here has the exact answer. The Deny onto the Static Shock last turn, and now a Notify onto the Scorch Earth, saving his Veiled Temple from Doom there. And now we see a Zoe going onto the battlefield. The Veiled Temple is activated, and Adele has one more shot at this Veiled Temple if he wants to go for another Scorch Earth on the following turn. But yeah, man, Homecoming here now coming into the hand of Mr. Bear, and it looks like Adele is getting his Ezreal leveled up. He wants to do that, and more creatures are coming into his hand. So his aggressive game plan is coming into fruition here. The only question here now is, can he get Ezreal leveled up early enough for before the Karma and all the healing comes online to ruin the damage potential of Ezreal?
Yep, so here we see a Homecoming immediately bouncing the Val Temple and targeting onto the Ezreal as well. So this actually refills his mana from the Val Temple, as this is the second card he has played this turn. I think over here, this move really just denies whatever Adele is trying to do, and is starting to waste Adele's mana at this point in time. But Adele, what is Adele? Adele is trying to put Mr. Bear lower and lower in terms of answers. Like, look at Mr. Bear's hand right now. He has no way to answer, whatever that is going to be thrown. He's only limited to this amount of counter spells, and that has Mr. Bear have the aggression to have the answers to actually keep replying to Adele. And here we see a Mystic Shot going onto the Zoe. Adele constantly putting in threat and question to Mr. Bear, and it all up to Mr. Bear. Does he has the answer?
Yeah, definitely. The Veil Temple there getting saved. So I think Mr. Bear is saying that this Veil Temple is going to be crucial in him winning the match. And now we see Karma coming into his hand, and I don't think he will risk a Karma drop this early into the game. It's going to be his win con with double star shaping, but there might be situations wherein Adele could force his hand into dropping down the early Karma just for blocks, or baiting out a star shaping early if he finds enough damage to put onto Mr. Bear's Nexus. And now we see Ezreal now coming back down, and the Tri-Beam there is already in hand, so that does tick up. And now a attack now going in for 4 damage. Mr. Bear is down to 12. A Mystic Shot is generated from the Ezreal, and it looks like this has forced the hand of Mr. Bear and is going to spend that star shaping early.
Yeah, so the early star shaping, finding himself more units on board, and instead he's going for the Living Legends instead of the other 2 cards, which he wouldn't be able to play anytime soon. So probably he's gonna look for the answer for the long game, and I think as of right now, Mr. Bear is in need of draw. He needs to find his value, and hopefully, here comes the Pure Cascade. He's trying to get, and the Homecoming is probably huge in the following game. It's so good. This Homecoming is such a good card in this matchup, as it could just bounce whatever that he think that is a threat as of right now, and just replay the Val Temple, and he could still get the value of kind of get a discount on the Homecoming with Val Temple being activated at the same time.
Yeah, right now, all these healing from the star shaping coming in, and the dragon links from the Eye of the Dragon is really doing a lot of work here in keeping Mr. Bear alive. Of course, we see double Arachnoid Sentry in the hand of Adele, and he could use that to his advantage by playing them aggressively on his attacking turn, especially now that Mr. Bear is low on resources. He does go for another moon weapon there and picking up Crescendum again, and he's just looking to get more of this Eye of the Dragons onto the battlefield, because he wants to stay as healthy as possible so he can get into the late game, drop that Karma, and then hopefully find something that can win him the game through Living Legends. And yeah, Crescendum now going to pick up another Eye of the Dragon, and hopefully Adele is looking to finish off one of the Eye of the Dragons here with another spell. And of course, we have Tri-Beam on 3 now, I think, or 2, and that can clean up the other Eye of the Dragon.
Yep, so you see Mr. Bear over here drawing into another star shaping, and that Homecoming could be crucial if he wants to save the Eye of the Dragon over there as well. So as of right now, I think Mr. Bear is so comfortable, but at the same time he is unable to put down the Karma. Adele really needs to find answers. The Ezreal is level up as of right now. I think everything is just so comfortable for both players. But I think no, there's no one exactly in the forefront of this game, and here we see both Arachnoid Sentry targeting both the Dragon Link on the bench of Mr. Bear, and Mr. Bear kind of don't really have much answers at this point of time, and the Karma is probably not too safe to be placed here, and Living Legends and a Cosmic Inspiration that could be a big draw for Mr. Bear, and that could just buff everything up by buff +2/+2, and Adele has to scratch his head just a little bit more to find a way to actually deal with Mr. Bear's board if they're buffed by 2/2.
Yeah, as that was going on, we see two more of Star Shapings going into hand. We see the Living Legends now being played, and he is going to spend that coin into making Karma going down to 5 mana, and that's going to be permanent. That's going to be huge for tempo in later on in the game. Now he puts down Trickster, which I was going to tackle on next, so he can block that Ezreal. But not forgetting here, we see a Tri-Beam Improbulator that is probably going to get onto the Trickster here, and that's exactly what Adele is going to try and do. He has a couple of options here. He can use Homecoming, but
Oh.
wow, a nice pick up there with Ventor of the Stones coming in clutch from the Tri-Beam Improbulator, and now Mr. Bear here is kind of forced to use the Crescent Strike there to stun Ezreal and the Draven just to alleviate some damage going onto his board. And now we see the attack now buffing up one of the Arachnoid Sentries all the way to 5-4 and a block on the Mentor of the Stones. And this is quite a good pickup here from the Tri-Beam Improbulator, with the gems also working as 1 damage onto the Ezreal, and hopefully, you know, it gives Adele that much more damage going into later on into the game, just he finds ways to close this. But double Star Shaping has something to say to that. That is, with Karma on the board, that's almost the full Nexus health of 20 HP.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Bear is just moving on closer and closer into the late game that he desires, and not forgetting the Star Shaping actually could get himself invoked into more of the celestial cards as well. So, you know, healing this particular challenge by the Serpent is not going to do too much of a difference to Adele. Adele really has to find lots of pressure moving forward for Mr. Bear, but not forgetting that Thermal Beam top deck for Adele might be crucial to take off this Karma, as we know that Mr. Bear has no deny. But I think Mr. Bear, Adele has to just go for it and just believe in the heart of the card and just take out the Karma with this Tri-Beam.
Yeah, that's a nice Tri-Beam Improbulator here coming in from Adele, and double Star Shaping now all on the side, and that's 10 HP going all the way back to 20 HP, and we get 2 invokes. There is a Supernova, a Great Beyond, a Destroyer, so we might be seeing, depending on how Mr. Bear wants to take this, I think he wants to control the game much more, so he might opt for a Supernova here. If he doesn't go for that, I think the Great Beyond might be a great choice for him. And another Supernova and another Great Beyond, and he's probably going to get a win con out of that, and that's exactly what he gets: a Supernova for the control and a Great Beyond to try and close out the game on the later turns.
Yeah, so here we see a Homecoming immediately going on to the Karma, and that Ezreal, like, this actually denies the Tri-Beam Improbulator, but instead he let it go as a Neverglade Collector. That might be huge, and that might be the card that Adele might be looking for if he ever sees himself trading with Mr. Bear. But I think that Supernova is probably gonna clear off Adele's board the next turn if Mr. Bear actually think that Adele is going out of control.
Yeah, and this open attack here is going to be crucial in this matchup, because if Adele does an open attack, he will be susceptible to the Supernova that Mr. Bear got from the invoking from Star Shaping. And the Neverglade Collector is also a good pickup, but you see here, the Eye of the Dragon is just doing so much work with the Dragon Links. That's a chump blocker, and as well as a 2 HP heal for almost the whole duration of the match. And he is considering a Homecoming here onto the Ezreal. He basically knows what's in Adele's hand, because there's Access, the gem, and that's all revealed to Mr. Bear. So the only unknown cards to him are the Thermogenic Beam and the Kempang Pickpocket. But as the game goes longer, it's just going to favor Mr. Bear a lot more than the Ezreal Draven deck.
Yeah, as we're witnessing right now with our very own eyes, it doesn't matter what Adele is going to do. All he needs to do is just control the Ezreal as much as possible. A Supernova is possible to come down to destroy the Ezreal, and then follow up by Great Beyond to close up the game. I mean, this could be Mr. Bear's game plan moving forward as well. But looking at, Mr. Bear really desires the late game as we are moving closer and closer to what the deck is meant to be doing. And here we see a Supernova targeting the Neverglade Collector and the Ezreal, so not allowing Adele to get any more heals from the Navigate Collector, and at the same time removing the Ezreal. But is actually thinking, does Adele has the second Ezreal if it's in his hand?
Yeah, he's probably respecting the second Ezreal copy, but if he did choose to do that, it would be crucial since the Great Beyond could be coming in late on the next turn without blockers on the side of Adele, and it's going to be really hard for him to defend that. And the gem now, opting to put it on Ezreal, he does pick up a Falling Comet from the Solari Priestess, and he is just looking for more control cards now since he does have his Wincon, which is the Great Beyond.
Yeah, so here we see a Fallen Comet immediately going onto the Ezreal, not allow the Ezreal to take any more value moving forward, and at the same time having 6 more additional mana open to bluff around with Adele. I'm an Ionia deck, and if you want to do anything funky, I had the counter spell to react to you. So and not getting, he still has that Supernova if Adele has a second Ezreal in his hand. So this being said, this turn passed over to Mr. Bear like that. It's just clear information to Mr. Bear. Yes, I do not have a second Ezreal. How are you going to close up the game, Mr. Bear, at this point of time?
Yeah, but of course, deciding not to use Supernova during the last turn, respecting the second copy of Ezreal, he can't end the game on this turn right now. And we see a Kempong Pickpocket being developed by Adele, but yeah, man, these once again, these Eye of the Dragons did so much work. I think Adele did close to maybe 30 plus damage already to Mr. Bear, but he's been healing so much, and we are already on our, I think, turn 11 or 12, and Bear is still in 17 HP range, and he still has one more Star Shaping in hand. So he's just saying, come at me, bro, I still got more left in the tank.
I see everyone.
Yeah, so with this attack coming in from Adele, I think it's probably going to be safe for Mr. Bear to play that Great Beyond this turn, and at the same time clearing Adele's bot a little, cleaning it up, and Mr. Bear just goes for the Great Beyond. I'm not sure how big is the Great Beyond as of right now, but I'm sure it's going to be pretty big to close up the game the next turn for Mr. Bear.
Your lesson begins.
Yeah, and this is what we want to see from Zoe Karma, right? We want to see him. We want to see it get to the late game and start developing into using the celestial choices into finding a finisher. And now Adele is the one running out of resources. Mr. Bear was pretty low on resources on the mid game, but now we see the Great Beyond being dropped down. It's huge with 15 and 9, and Adele only has 13 HP left. And how is he going to deal with this? He does have a Thermogenic Beam, but the spell shield here is really pesky.
Yeah, so using this Static Shock to break this spell shield, trying to find an option moving forward from the deck as well. And the Psalm Dredger. The Psalm Dredger could help him something, and the Rummage is still not enough to take down this Great Beyond, as Mr. Bear is just going to go for the open attack, taking him down from 15. Adele has to find a way to remove this Great Beyond as fast as possible. The only way probably is going to be a Scorched Earth, but we've seen 2 of them being used in the early game as well. So he has to first damage the Great Beyond and then follow up by Scorched Earth. That is probably the best way to remove this Great Beyond. So immediately going forward, that Thermal Beam onto the Great Beyond, figuring out this hot. He's gonna see 3 more additional cards this turn. Could he find a Scorched Earth to deal with this Great Beyond? And Adele attack coming in from Mr. Bear. Adele going for the Rummage. Mystic Shot, get excited, is not enough to close off this Great Beyond, and I think this is gonna be it for Adele.
I think there is a way to save him if he kills his own creatures. If he kills 3 of his own creatures, Neverglade Collector will heal him 3 HP, if I am not mistaken. And that's going to be 16 and then 15 on the side of the Great Beyond. But wait, there is still the Veiled Temple activation, which will finish up the matchup for him. Adele is going to try and play it smart, and I think he is going to try and survive with 1 HP left. He is going to pop off one of his creatures. So this is exactly what I was saying. He is going for the Culling Strike on the Kempong Pickpocket, Mystic Shot on the Arachnoid Sentry, and get excited on the other Arachnoid Sentry. But all Mr. Bear has to do here is proc his Veiled Temple and his Great Beyond goals all the way up to the 16, and it's going to be exact lethal for Mr. Bear. And these really great plays from both sides, but just a little bit inched out there with exact lethal on the side of Mr. Bear. So Adele had the right idea to save that turn, but Mr. Bear had exactly the answer with 2 burst cards, and he just picks up the win with the Veiled Temple play. So man, that is a testament to how great this grand finals is going to be. Adele going down in the first match, Zoe Karma taking it home for Mr. Bear, and we still have another deck for Mr. Bear. I'm not sure which one was banned, but if anything, if that's a metric to how good this grand finals is going to be, I'm super excited here, Moonboy.
Yeah, exactly, man. Adele playing to the best of his out, man. Adele, trying to find ways to actually play around that Navigate Collector, trying to survive. But unfortunately, he's just one health short to survive that attack. But I think that great plays from Mr. Bear as well, right? Building that huge Great Beyond, waiting, not going for the Supernova early to respect a second copy of Ezreal and things like that. So that, as what you said, this is the level of players that they're at, and we're moving on to game number 2 in the grand finals with Mr. Bear with the Nightfall aggro, while Adele sticking on to Ezreal Draven. So as you said, the Ezreal Draven objective is probably going to control the Nightfall aggro as much as possible and not allow it to do too much, right?
Yeah, that is basically what the Ezreal Draven here is going to be looking for. He is going to control the early to mid game and start punching out. After that, he does have a couple of Kempong pickpockets now on his hand, and Mr. Bear here has a good curve as well. Atrocity, not really what you want to see this early into the game, but he has the Dust Metal Bringer into the I forgot the name of this bird, but it's a 4-1 fearsome when it comes down to Nightfall, but opting not to put it down, contemplating if he wants to just attack with the Dust Spell.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Bear is respecting a Death's Hand coming in from Adele, but instead he's going in for the Stygian, potentially going in for a 6 points of damage to Adele. So I think Mr. Bear's game plan right now is just go in as fast as possible, as much damage as possible, and this way now he could close off the game. But basing on hand right now, I think Adele kind of have the upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, and choosing here to block with the Kempong Pickpocket instead of using the Death's Hand, I think is a great conservative play. I think it is to respect the possibility of Diana being in hand, because if you want to use that Death's Hand in picking up Diana, since she will favorably trade with almost all of your units, 2/2 quick strike is nothing to scoff at. It takes away the Arachnoid Sentry and a lot of the 2 toughness units that can be found on Adele's side, especially that his deck is running Kempong Pickpocket. And the Sump Dredger now, just getting rid of the Kempong Pickpocket, I think he is just looking for more control cards here, and also ticking up that Tri-Beam Improbulator. And now we see the Nocturne coming down on the side of Mr. Bear, giving the Sump Dredger here vulnerable, and that's going to be crucial in the next turn, because the Dust Petal can just drag the Sump Dredger, keeping the Nocturne safe from harm.
Yeah, so I think as of right now, Adele's move is probably going to be attacking with the Sump Dredger, forcing Mr. Bear to go for the block. But I believe this 3 point of damage is not going to be too much of a difference to Mr. Bear, as attacking with 5 damage into the Nocturne is going to be pretty huge for Mr. Bear. And here we see an open attack moving in from Mr. Bear, trying to pave a way for the Nocturne, pushing 5 more additional damage onto Adele, and Adele really has to take note of his health total on his Nexus, or else he is gonna be in so much trouble. And not forgetting, Mr. Bear has that has that Doom Beast in hand to do 2 additional damage as well. So Adele just have to watch his health total and be a little bit careful going up against Mr. Bear right here.
Yeah, and here we're going to see the Unspeakable Horror gonna pick up this Sump Dredger off of the board. And yeah, man, speaking of Doom Beast, that's one of the most annoying cards to face when you are playing Ezreal Draven. I don't know if you played Ezreal Draven as much as I have, but every time I see Doom Beast, it's like, oh man, drain 2, and then you you put a creature on the board. It's so pesky sometimes against the Ezreal Draven deck. And now we are going to see the Arachnoid Sentry going on to the Nocturne here, and Bear opting to use one of his Spell Cascades to activate Nightfall and start putting down the Doom Beast, putting value on the drain that is being presented here by the Doom Beast. So that's 2 less HP for Adele and 2 more HP for Bear. And Ravenous Flock now trying to take care of the Nocturne, but a Pale Cascade says no, and immediately it gets followed up by a Death's Hand, and that Nocturne is getting off the board. He does have a Fating Memory, so he has a couple of options here to try and burn Adele out with more Doom Beasts. If we count all the Doom Beasts in hand, this is like including the Fading Memories, that's 4 more damage. And then whatever, I think Atrocity here is going to be a key finisher moving on into the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, look at Adele's hand right now. Adele is really running low on options. Like, he's going so aggressive that he's really running low on options. The Atrocity is probably going to be key. And I think Adele right here is pretty comfortable. He has that Tri-Beam Improbulator. He has the Arachnoid Sentry. He could even go for a Rummage, discarding both axes to find himself more options from his deck to take out Mr. Bear's unit also. So I think as of right now, Adele is in the control seat, and Mr. Bear really has to burn him down as much as possible. Plus, Fading Memory into his third Doom Beast is just gonna do 2 more, bringing him down to 7. The Atrocity might not even be enough to close off the game. And and another Fading Memory from Mr. Bears might be huge, as this is gonna bring Adele down to 5, and it's just making him closer and closer to death with just Doom Beast itself.
Definitely. This Fading Memory top decks from Mr. Bear is just getting him closer and closer to that $10,000 grand prize, with Doom Beast being picked up by the Fading Memories. He goes for it right away. It's ephemeral, but it's going to be enough for this turn since he wants to block the aggression coming on from Adele. And now the Tri-Beam Improbulator is going to get spent, and he has a choice here. Does he want to fire off the Atrocity right away? But I think he has the option of keeping it until he can find a creature that can provide him lethal. So he is just going to let this pass, and the Eclipse Dragon is coming out from the Tri-Beam Improbulator, and he is going for another Fading Memories, picking up the Doom Beast. He is looking to block the creatures now coming in from Adele, and just another drain too, man. And Adele here is left with 5 HP, so a Nocturne plus an Atrocity could do it.
Yeah, and that is included that Adele doesn't draw into a get excited as well to remove the Nocturne. But that being said, this 2 Doom Beast is actually put into use over here to block himself, it's just a little bit of damage, and it's all down to Mr. Bear's top deck. Thus, Mr. Bear has the answer to clear off Adele in the grand finals with the Atrocity, and it's gonna be the Flight, and the Flight is probably gonna be crucial.
Yeah, but man, Static Shock in the hand of Adele is just going to take care of the Flight right now. But without removal, if he didn't have that Static Shock in hand, it would have been insane, because he would be able to pick up 2 damage onto the Nexus, and then he could find another card. But yeah, Static Shock here just going to do it here for the Flight, and we're not going to see it go back into the deck and find another crucial card from Mr. Bear. And an Ezreal now coming into play, but the open attack here is, I think, just too good to pass up, because he is already dead from the Eclipse Dragon, and he only has a Solaris Soldier. This is enough damage. This is lethal, and I think we are going to a third game now for Adele and Mr. Bear, with Adele taking home the win finally with his Ezreal Draven controlling the Nightfall deck. And yeah, man, just Mr. Bear there had I think a chance to win, right? Like, with all the Fading Memories, all the Doom Beasts, he really did have a chance to win, but just running out of gas in the mid game, and Adele just took over from there.
Yeah, we get to see the power of the Draven Ezreal deck, where actually it kept Mr. Bear in a check all the single time. When Mr. Bear plays something, Adele always has an answer for Mr. Bear's creatures. So at that point of time, I think Mr. Bear is really lacking behind. He's just treading on thin ice and just praying for the best for the top deck. But apparently, luck is not in his favor for this particular round, and he went down to Adele, and we are moving on to game number 3 in this awesome grand finals. And this is gonna be the last game for today, and we have Adele with Ash Katarina going up against the Nocturne aggro. And I think over here, Adele might be in the upper position in this matchup.
Man, this is it, bro. We are in game number 3 of grand finals. Whoever wins this game is taking home $10,000 but yeah, man, whoever wins this is GG. Both players have been playing incredible, and we finally get to see on stream the Ash Katarina deck of Adele against. These are actually like a blast from the past, if you get what I mean, Mason. We have Nightfall, which we have seen in previous metas, and of course Ash Nox variants also in previous metas, and it's quite a story to find them here all the way in the grand finals. But yeah, I think early board control is going to play a big factor here. Omen Hawk now being one of the best one drops for Nox Ash, he is going to get in for damage now. And as the Nightfall deck, you are usually trying to conserve your one drops so you can use it for Nightfall shenanigans. And he is going to save that for now, and he is going to drop the Solari Soldier on turn 2. Adele now has a chance of using the Ice Veil Archer to freeze one of these Solari Soldiers and block the other one, so that's going to be key in preventing these aggression coming in from Mr. Bear.
Yeah, so I think playing that Solari Soldier on turn 2 is kind of a way that he couldn't go for the proc on the Diana, and that also says that he's not planning for a Diana on turn number 3. And I mean, he drew himself a flight, but I think he's just trying to apply as much pressure as possible, trying to push in as much damage as possible. And here we're probably gonna see a flight into maybe a Crescent Guardian.
Yeah, I think he has a couple of options here. I think Diana or the Crescent Guardian would be a fair choice, but I think Crescent Guardian would be the better one, and he does put down Crescent Guardian onto the board. It's 5-3. It is susceptible to something like Brittle Steel, which is already in Adele's hand. He also has Troll Chant, so he has some nice blocks here, preventing most of the damage coming onto his Nexus with the Avarosan Sentry coming in clutch for the block. And now we also see the Omen Hawk going in for a block on a 2/2 creature. The Flight, I think, is just going to get in for damage, and he is going to draw a card here for Mr. Bear. So the question now is, how do you want to prioritize your removals, your combat trick? Do you go for the Brittle Steel on the 5/3 first, and or do you want to cast Troll Chant and Brittle Steel at the same time?
Yeah, so I believe going for 1x1 might be the best option for Adele over here, but it seems like he's just going straight with the Troll Chant first. And I realized that just now he actually repositioned the Ice Veil Archer with the Arkanoid Sentry as well. Sorry, the Sentry as well. So this way he is playing around the Horror. So as Adele is just playing really carefully against Mr. Bear so that he doesn't take any overwhelm damage. But they're passing the turn over and asking Mr. Bear, I just used the Troll Chant. Are you gonna stop from here? Are you gonna save your Guardian? But I guess not. And the turn is just gonna be over just like that. And I think Adele is just only has freezes as of right now, and he really has to find answers to keep up to the tempo coming in from Mr. Bear.
Yeah, definitely. Adele's hand is looking a little bit awkward right now with Kato and the Terfarian Assessor now coming into his hand, but he doesn't have 5 power creatures on the board, so it's gonna be a while before we see the Terfarian Assessor actually come down and draw Adele some cards. There are a ton of freeze in Adele's hand, but the key thing here is even if he does have freeze, he doesn't have the creatures to trade well into the Nightfall deck, and that is dangerous territory because the Nightfall deck actually has burn to try and reach you into coming into the later games. So, and this is also key here now with the Unspeakable Horror going onto the Omen Hawk, and I guess he was respecting the another troll chant coming in from onto the Rhyme Wolf, so he had the option actually there to use the double Unspeakable Horror on the Rhyme Wolf, so one of his creatures doesn't get sniped, but opting to use it on the Omen Hawk instead. And here we see the Unspeakable Horror going into the Nexus of Adele, so Mr. Bear here fishing for that kind of plan wherein he goes for a more of a burn type of plan, since the Ash Nox deck isn't really well known for having healing.
Yeah, so here we have the Diana immediately coming in for Mr. Bear. Playing the Diana naturally without a Nightfall activation is a little bit behind, but I believe that he has a plan with the Diana as she is leveling up this turn, and there is a way to activate Challenger on Diana at the same time as well. So it's probably gonna be safe for Mr. Bear to just go for a full swing over here, as the Kato has vulnerable, and it could just pull the Kato with one of the Solaris soldiers if he chooses to. But Mr. Bear has to respect any form of freezes or any form of combat trick coming in from Adele, as we know what this deck is all about. It's all about freezes, it's all about combat control. So I think he has to be a little bit more careful moving forward in this matchup.
Yeah, and there are a ton of freeze now. So there is Flash Freeze and a Troll Chant, but he has to pick one here. Mr. Bear tapped out, and I'm not sure if Nocturne is leveled up. Looks like he isn't. So I think it is key here for Adele to keep his Kato alive, since that's his only ticket into drawing some cards out of Trifarian Assessor. He does have a choice here of what to use. He can use the Troll Chant, of course, just bringing down the Diana or toughening up his Kato, and then bringing down one of the other units. But he is getting dangerously low on life here. With 8 damage going into the Nexus with this play, he will be down to 6 after this.
Yeah, but however, I think he kind of got Mr. Bear's board a little bit under control, other than the Nocturne and that buff Solari Soldier. And not forgetting, Mr. Bear actually has an Eclipse Dragon in his hand, and that's gonna be a huge unit moving forward also. And Adele actually has that Trifarian Glory Seeker if he chooses to play it down here, but I think he's just gonna remove that Nocturne irregardless. The Nocturne is gonna be a problem moving forward, and he has to be dealt with. So he could even go for a Glory Seeker into a Trifarian Assessor, drawing himself 2 more extra cards to see what his options are. These are all what Adele could do moving forward also. But I think Mr. Bear's play is slightly limited, but he has that Stalking Shadow that could find him another copy of Doom Beast, which would total would sum up to a 6 damage, and that is going to be lethal for him.
Yeah, you're definitely correct. If he does rip off a copy of Doom Beast here from the Stalking Shadows, it's gonna be game, and that is exactly what he gets. There was even 2 copies of Doom Beast there, and it's just a waiting game now. He just plays triple Doom Beast here, and he wins the whole thing. It's looking really good here for Mr. Bear. With Adele doesn't have any healing to keep up with this triple Doom Beast now in Mr. Bear's hand.
Yeah, so that is Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear has that $10,000 Stalking Shadow being played right over here.
Sir.
And yeah, exactly. And those 3 Doom Beasts will result in a exact 0 lethal once again. And seeing Adele Zag, he does not have any form of healing. And this Harsh Wind is probably not gonna do too much, as Mr. Bear is just slowly waiting to fire off those 2 final Doom Beasts to close off this grand finals and taking home $10,000 in his pocket.
Definitely. We are here in the 10,000 Mr. Bear waiting room, and another Stalking Shadows off of the top of the deck. He's just going to look for whatever he is in hand, but there is already the win con with double Doom Beast. Adele is down for the first Doom Beast now coming down from the hand of Mr. Bear, and Adele knows he is in trouble here. He knows
Wow.
that was whatever was coming from the Stalking Shadows, and now another Doom Beast, and now he goes for the Nightfall activation. This is 2 damage again onto the Nexus. No healing in sight for Adele, and it looks like Mr. Bear is your grand champion for the Cosmic Creation seasonal
Wow.
tournament in Southeast Asia. And just another exchange
Yes.
here of emotes coming in from Adele here and Mr. Bear. They are actually good friends. This is no BMing. They are just they are just having some fun here. And now Mr. Bear with a closed casket with the Doom Beast coming in from the Stalking Shadows.
Yeah, so we see Mr. Bear over here, both players taking their own time, and there we have it, the final takedown onto the Nexus. Mr. Bear taking home the win and taking the title of the Cosmic Creation seasonal champion, and not forgetting $10,000 in his pocket right over here. Wow, that is a huge Stalking Shadows coming in from Mr. Bear, and that just basically secure him the win at this point of time.
Yeah, man, that Stalking Shadows was really sick. Like it felt like it was fate, because there was 2 Doobies in there. There was literally just 2 Doobies in the deck, and both of them were in that Stalking Shadows choice. So it really was GG for Adele. No matter how you flip the coin, he didn't have enough of creatures and the damage going into the mid game, and that was what I was talking about. Nightfall here has a plan to burn you out during the mid to late game with Atrocity, with multiple copies of Doom Beast from Fading Memories and Stalking Shadows, and that's exactly what we got. And you're definite. That's a great call there, Mood Boy. That was definitely a $10,000 Stalking Shadows.
Yeah, so there's nothing else to say about this match. This is a great match, coming in from 2 of the best player of Southeast Asia, and congratulations to Mr. Bear for taking the win for this whole season, but not forgetting Adele and the other 30 other contestants over here today did their best, and they actually played to the best of their ability and best of their outs, and finally we have crowned our very own Southeast Asia champion for the Cosmic Creation season.
Yeah, and it has been a well-deserved win for Mr. Bear, if I would say so myself. He has been a top-performing player, whether it be on ladder, where it be on where it be on tournaments, and he has so much momentum going into the finals here. And he brought a unique lineup. I think he's the only one that played Zoe Karma in the top 32, if I'm not mistaken, and also recognizing that Nightfall is a great deck in the top 32. He also used this in pools, if I am not mistaken, and he did so well here. He played to his outs, looked for the burn play against the Ash deck, and honestly, during the first parts of the game, Adele just didn't have much but freezes in his hand. So that was really a key factor going into the mid game, wherein Bear had most of the control of the matchup, and he was so low that he was just in range of the Doom Beast shenanigans that came out.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Adele's game plan that did not even work out the whole game in game number 3, right? His deck is just stacked with lots of units, and it's just unfortunate that he's not drawing into them really early. And early Omen Hawk is a good sign for that particular deck, but he's not lucky enough to draw himself into any units, and all he has in his hand is just freezes and freezes and freezes. Freezes is good against a aggressive deck like the Nightfall Aggro, which would allow some really good early trades as well. But that being said, he does not have enough units to actually go through the trade process and allow Mr. Bear to have a positive board state, and thus, Mr. Bear pushing in so much damage in the early game and then finishing off with the Doom Beast is just so huge. And this level of play coming in from both players, and it's so great. And Adele is just unfortunate to take the loss over here. And there we see the bracket for the whole top 32. Mr. Bear taking the big win with his name highlighted big in the finals in the middle of the screen. Mr. Bear, congratulations in taking home the win with this end of season tournament.
Yeah, this cosplay creation seasonal tournament is gonna be one for the ages, with both two players on the top of the bracket really battling it out. The best player from the Philippines, the best player from Singapore, going all the way to the grand finals, and we witnessed such a great grand finals, especially that game one, man, where everyone played to almost perfection there, and
Yeah, man.
just they were playing really clean going into game two, also game three. But yeah, man, Mr. Bear here really just edging out Adele just a little bit with the deck choices and the plays coming in, and really, man, those were some really nice matches.
Yeah, so it was really exciting. I hope everybody, all the audience watching this broadcast, enjoy, whatever that the Southeast Asia region actually brought onto the table and showcase to you guys what this region is really all about. We have strong players. We have players with like big plays, and not forgetting Mr. Bear being undefeated in this whole tournament, and the lineup that Mr. Bear actually brought onto this tournament is so different than everybody else. Everybody is into the TF affiliate hype train, is basically into like Fiora Shen, but Mr. Bear went with a very different lineup, and actually went with a very unorthodox lineup, and then finishing off the whole series. And this is what we call a true champion. And once again, guys, thanks so much for joining us today. We are gonna close off this seasonal tournament, and we will be seeing you guys in the next season of the Empires of Ascent seasonal tournament. Once again, thanks so much to Zero Infinity for joining us today, and also Excelsior for bringing you guys great cards. So once again, thank you so much for joining us today, and we will see you next season Empire of Ascent moving forward.